Okay, let's get this party started.
Yes, thank you.
Calling to order the July MTA Board Meeting. Let's hear the safety announcement to begin with, please.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Public speakers, Lucille Songhai.
Good morning and welcome to the MTA Board Meeting public comment session. We have 38 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker today is John Padula, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Just give me 1 second. Okay. Wait, where's my mic? Oh, there we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula. I'm a supervisor with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. My message this morning is unfortunately simple. It's not really directed at anybody in this room. Unfortunately, it's meant for somebody hopefully watching from some plush leather chair somewhere else. I wish I could talk about what I usually prattle on and on about, the importance of accessibility, accessible stations, how important functioning elevators and escalators are, how we need newer subway cars that actually have meaningful audible and visual announcements. I would love to regale the board with tales of Phase 3 and how fantastic it is to have actual real-life choices that are meaningful once again. I would love to encourage our modern-day miracle worker from Accessoride that we can modernize Accessoride and that we can evolve it into something that is meaningful and that affords people a level of autonomy and dignity that's equitable. I would love to do all these things. But unfortunately, as a wise person once said to me, money talks and BS walks. And to whoever had the temerity to create this mess at the 11 o'clock hour, I don't care where you stand on congestion pricing or politics, I'm tired of the rhetoric. Doesn't matter. The reality is grim. And as far as I can see it, there's a mess of $16.5 billion that needs to be cleaned up. And whoever created this mess, wherever you are, whoever you are, wherever you guys are, you need to clean this mess up because this agency was doing good work. And you came along and you upset the apple cart, and we'd just like to go back along our merry way. You guys need to figure this out, and the problems stem from beyond this room. So somebody above and beyond needs to figure this out. Thank you all. I wish you a great summer. See you in September. My name is John
Thank you
Padula.
for your comment. Our next speaker is Lisa Daglian, followed by Jeremiah Gonzalez.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian. I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Yesterday would have been a month since the start of congestion pricing. As of noon yesterday, more than $83.5 million in toll revenue has been lost, while more than 4.5 million vehicles not removed from the zone spewed more than 214,000 tons of carbon dioxide into our air. New Yorkers spent more than 1.2 million hours stuck in congestion. Thanks to Streets Blog for providing us with daily updated doom scrolling on the damage being created by Governor Hochul's pause. Reinvent Albany reminds us that more than 100,000 jobs around the state are at risk. Yesterday, Governor Hochul announced $54 million for utility relocation work on the 2nd Avenue subway. That's like trying to be a hero for putting out a fire that you started. And using a water bottle instead of a fire extinguisher to do it. Hey, we'll take it. But construction companies can't work in fits and starts. Unsure of where the next $54 million or $15 billion is going to come from. That's all included in our new report, together with the Building Congress, debunking 15 myths about congestion pricing with cold, hard facts. Myth number 12 is particularly pertinent today. Pausing congestion pricing won't affect the MTA's operating budget. Well, here's the fact. If the MTA issues debt earlier than anticipated, which we believe it will, it would need to pay down the debt service from the operating budget. The effect on operating funding, which pays for labor, fuel, and other resources needed to maintain the service riders count on, could lead to service cuts, layoffs, and drastic fare increases. More facts. Congestion pricing will not hurt low-income New Yorkers. Congestion pricing is crucial to the economic growth for New York. There is no alternative to congestion pricing. Governor Hochul, the best way to work through more delays that will arise is to follow the law and unpause the pause.
Our next speaker is Jeremiah Gonzalez, followed by Marco Hempkin.
Esteemed members of the board, my name is Jeremiah Gonzalez. Yesterday, we marked a month since congestion pricing will have taken effect in this city. I know that congestion pricing, according to the governor, is dead in water. She tried to apply a band-aid by offering $54 million for the 2nd Avenue subway. In your board meeting last month, which I attended, your presentation said it will cost more than $54 million to finally build a subway, plagued with cancellations for almost a century. $5 billion more, in fact. That's like breaking into someone's home, taking their jewelry, and then offering them a brick as compensation. As of last night at 11 p.m., the MTA has lost out on $84 million in toll revenue because of the governor's decision. That statistic was taken from the Streets Blog and IC. If you know a bit of math, $84 million is more than $54 million. Now, one thing, though, that will be affected is buses. I'm a college student, and I have to take the bus to get to my college. I have to take the bus to get to the subway if I want to get out of the Bronx. Yeah, I live, and I'm affected by the congestion in the Forum Road. Sometimes I have to take other buses to get to other subway stops because my bus won't appear for a while. Not to mention relying on the buses at night with reduced service. If you have more electric buses, for example, and more drivers to man those buses, we could provide more service. So you can also ensure the bus lanes are finally cleared. Usually they're not. I have to take the D train as well, and the D train south of Central Park won't get signal upgrades because we won't have the money for that. This will cascade into more delays throughout the D train, let alone the F, M, and other lines. What if a sick person had to go to medical appointments? In that scenario, being late is dangerous. What if someone on parole had to meet with their parole officer? In that scenario, being late could risk more jail time. There are more scenarios, but I don't have the time to list them yet. I urge you to think, at least for a second, how everyday New Yorkers will be affected by this simple inability to flip a switch. I send my utmost regards to Comptroller Rylander, blows firing the governor legally, and I urge you can tell the governor to stop her political tantrum. Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker is Marco Hempkin, followed by Michael Gaynor.
Members of the MTA board, thank you for having me. I'm just a member of the public here to express outrage at the congestion pricing. I feel the effects. I ride my bike a lot, and I breathe in the car fumes along streets that lead to New York, to the central business district, and congestion pricing would reduce that. I also ride transit. I rely exclusively on transit, walking, biking, anything that's not a car. For environmental reasons and social reasons and quality of life reasons. So I'm just here to express outrage. Kathy Hochul, I'm not going to vote for you. at the next election. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Gaynor, followed by Deborah Greif.
Michael Gaynor. I'm a disabled veteran who fought for our country in Operation Iraqi Freedom, where I sustained a spinal cord injury, leaving me paralyzed. I recently got a job at Yankee Stadium at the beginning of the season. It's already not easy for me to travel, and countless times I have checked the MTA app on elevator status, thinking everything would be fine just for the elevator specifically at the 161 station across from the stadium not to be working, setting me back on time and money for transit and ultimately a paycheck. I have sacrificed for my country, and now that I'm trying to live a productive life in the civilian community, my country will not sacrifice for me. I understand that the recent accessibility lawsuit that was settled will not meet its current commitment because Governor Hochul eliminated congestion pricing, the main funding for initiative. It appears that our conversations with diner owners outweighs the accessibility of disabled veterans and disabled people alike. Neil Zuckerman, as the chair of Finance Committee and a veteran yourself, how do you plan to keep the MTA's commitment to accessibility? I call for the governor, the state, and MTA to fully commit to accessibility. I've made my commitment to our state, country, and demand that all of you in the room today make the same sacrifice that I did. This time it is easy. Open your wallets and fund accessibility.
Our next speaker is Deborah Greif, followed by Kirby Kursels.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see everybody. First I want to thank the police for the MTA. It is very nice now that when I have to tap the reader for the gate to open, yes, I still have my walker. I just didn't want to move everybody around. So Chris assisted me. That I don't have to take my life in my hands because they've actually even escorted and walked over with me to make sure that I could get over to the reader, tap it without getting hurt. Also, when another time they tried to follow me, acting like they were related to me, and one of the officers looked at me, do you know these people? I went, and I was with Chris, and he went, no. And they were made to pay a fine. And I appreciate that because it's not fair to me that here as a person with disabilities who's paying her fare the way I'm supposed to, and people are using my disability to push through or block me from getting on or off. I'm sick of it. I'm tired. So I want to thank you. I appreciate that. What I would also love is that I feel all transit districts need their own precinct councils. Because when I was a council president, I always had Transit 34 come to my meetings. I'll take this really quick about congestion pricing. There was such lack of information about how people who are in low income would be getting the discount. So everyone was panicking instead of working. I've also yelled at elected officials who, to my opinion, frivolous lawsuits. That is ridiculous. You should have been negotiating with the MTA, not suing. And also, remember, fair fares is HRA, not MTA. And honestly, the day you turn 65, you go back to paying $2.90. So their fair fares doesn't work. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kirby Kursels, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning. My name is Kirby Kursels. I live on the Upper East Side, and I'm here today as a member of Families for Safe Streets. Families for Safe Streets is an organization dedicated to ending the scourge of traffic violence on the streets of New York City. Today, I would like to talk about the often overlooked street safety benefits that congestion pricing will bring to New York City. My partner, Emily, was the victim of traffic violence in 2010 when she was run over by a truck while riding her bike to work. This crash left her in a coma for 6 weeks. When she woke, she was completely blind. This incident changed her life and the lives of those around her forever. In the first 6 months of this year, traffic violence has killed 127 New Yorkers. This is the deadliest 6 months since Vision Zero began. We are in the middle of a crisis that shows no signs of abating. Congestion pricing is the answer. In London, it reduced traffic crashes by over a third. The immediate effect of this one simple policy on New York City would be massive. It would mean more birthdays, more graduations, more first dates, and more weddings for the people who we will otherwise lose forever to traffic violence. Each day that Governor Kathy Hochul keeps the cameras off means more preventable injuries and deaths on the street. Every one of us who has made this great city home deserves safety and dignity as we go about our days. By indefinitely pausing congestion pricing, Governor Hochul has condemned New Yorkers to the perpetually heightened risk of being the victim of traffic violence. It breaks my heart that I have to stand here today and tell you this. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Disability Pride Month, which July 31st is the last day. As everyone's been mentioning, congestion pricing, the one thing I do want to say is we need the congestion pricing for a lot of reasons. Elevators, ramps, lighting, security cameras for the NYPD and MTA police. Especially, we need to update our trains and buses. It is so nice to see some of our officials were here last month, thank you, but some of them saying they want to sue. That's not going to solve anything. That is the old ways. We need to think of future. We need to move forward and stop putting our R's and D's on our pride. We need to work together. People are here today, here in this room, are advocating for accessibility. We have veterans. We have people with disabilities. And let's don't forget baby strollers. And I wear this pride because Disability Pride Month, I represent a lot of people with disabilities, all types of disabilities. It doesn't matter what type of disability they have. We all here, we move forward, and this is the new way we need to keep going, not going to the back past, because I don't like to go reverse. I want to move forward. Forward is the key. Forward is the future. And let's remember, our elected officials need to remember, when you represent our areas in New York, you made a strong oath to advocate for accessibility. That's for everything, here and everywhere. And I have asked, accessibility, we need elevators, ramps, and everything. And that's not just on the subways and buses. The railroad needs it. We need to make sure our MTA police get the necessary tools, and NYPD. We are trying to do that. Please, let's remember, safety. When you see something, we say something. And I do want to thank, because when I heard someone saying, and not saying who it is that MTA is not safe, it is safe. If we see something, we say something. Thank you, and happy Disability Pride Month.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony on Zoom, followed by Rachel Faust.
Good morning, everybody. Jason Anthony from the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. First of all, I want to congratulate Shanifa Riviera for appearing in this week's City and State on their 40s. Congratulations, Shanifa, you deserve it. Another thing that I want to bring as a reminder, today the last day of Disability Pride Month. As Christopher Greif mentioned, we need everything, elevators, ramps, LED lighting, in other words, everything regarding accessibility. Another thing that I want to mention, I want to thank Chief Kemper, Chief Mueller, because every time that I ride the subway, the Long Island Railroad, I definitely feel safer than before. I've been seeing more security cameras in the subway than ever before. Regarding congestion pricing, it has to be implemented, but we need to definitely flip that switch. This morning we had the governor, Kathleen Hochul-Courtney, on CNN. She was asked that why her name wasn't mentioned to be the vice president. We have definitely no comments regarding that, but congestion pricing needs to go forward, and this is the new MTA. not the old MTA. So I'll see you guys in September.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Rachel Faust, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Foss, and I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for reInvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable New York government. At today's meeting, we expect to hear more from MTA staff about the damaging effects of Governor Hochul's cancellation of congestion pricing on the MTA operating budget. We already know that the governor's catastrophic blunder has put $12 billion worth of contracts for MTA vendors, $3 billion of in-house capital work conducted by MTA union workers, and 100,000 good-paying New York State jobs on the chopping block. Based on the MTA finance staff presentation in June, we would expect a shocking reversal from the November and February financial plans when the staff lauded the zeroing out of all future deficits because of support from the state budget. We hope the MTA staff today can clearly show the operating costs of congestion pricing being canceled, because finding a solution in the state budget by April 1st, 2025 is months away. The MTA may politically have to have faith that the governor will make them whole, but everyday riders and New Yorkers need more than IOUs and half-baked promises that are no substitute for congestion pricing. We expect hits to the operating budget to come from declining fare revenues. Congestion pricing was supposed to boost ridership by a little over 1% as motorists switched from cars to transit. Lower capital reimbursements. Again, that's the in-house work done by MTA union employees. Increased maintenance costs because the MTA will need to spend more to maintain older equipment. And lastly, higher debt service because the MTA will need to borrow sooner at higher costs to ensure that crucial state of good repair projects are moving forward. The governor claims she's fully supported the MTA's operating budget, but the ugly reality is that by canceling congestion pricing, she's also blown a hole in the operating budget that could result in service cuts, delays, reductions in MTA workforce, and fare increases. That's exact opposite of a fully funded MTA.
Thank you for your comment.
Thanks so much.
Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Sharada Virabotla.
Good morning, Lucille, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Andy Pollock from Passengers United. Yesterday, Governor Hochul announced that $54 million will be coming in to fund the next phase of the Second Avenue subway. The only question the governor didn't answer specifically was, where is this money coming from? Is it coming from fare box revenue? Is it coming from our outrageous taxes that we keep paying every year to New York State? Or is the MTA basically taking out a loan or a CD? That's a very good question that was not specifically answered by the governor yesterday. So we need to know, where's this $54 million fund to the Second Avenue subway project is coming from? And the other thing I want to mention is regarding the capital program coming up for 25 through 29. We need the elevators to be done at both Hollis and at Forest Hills. And the MTA keeps using congestion pricing as leverage because they say, without it, we're not going to be able to get it done. Just like how they keep saying, well, we also need congestion pricing to put the new subway cars in, which most of the subway cars we currently have now are ending close to their end of lifespan cycle. So a lot of these questions have got to be asked. Where are we getting the money from going into the next capital program, which the chairman has to make the announcement coming up during the third quarter or the fourth quarter, because this program needs to be, the capital program needs to be done beginning in early 2025. So I see my time is about to wrap up. I'm going to wish you all a very good summer recess, and I look forward to speaking to you all again in September.
Our next speaker is Sharada Virabotla, followed by Michael Ring.
Audio now unmuted.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharada Virabotla. I'm a teacher of the visually impaired and also a member of ACTA and PAC. Most of you have spoken about congestion pricing, and I'm going to continue that same conversation. After decades of neglect in the previous operating budget plan, MTA started making changes
Rachel Foss, reinvent.
to make accessibility a dream come true for people. We started improving Access a Ride. We started buying new buses, cars, and subways so that people could travel. The governor's plan has put a complete halt to that. And as a bunch of you have mentioned, we are losing 100,000 jobs by not putting the plan in place. Here's what I want all of us to think about, especially the governor. Every time there is a snowfall or rain, the whole system stands still. There are so many New Yorkers who live on day wages. Every time they don't go to work, they lose finances. So this impact of not funding is going to impact every New Yorker, and it is going to cost the government much more money than if we had the money to support everyone. It also impacts individuals with disabilities on how freely we can travel and how she is stealing our independence by ensuring that there is no funding. Kathy Hochul, I would like you to put yourself in our shoes and see how not having transportation impacts individuals. So thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Have a good day, everyone.
Audio settings button menu.
Our next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Jean Ryan.
Hi, my name is Michael Ring. If anyone needs a verbal description of my appearance, I'm a 61-year-old white guy. I have a green hat, a green shirt with a picture of a wheelchair on it. I represent people with disabilities. I live in Brooklyn, and I take the subway on a regular basis. I take Access a Ride. I'm also a member of the Accessible Transit Advisory Committee. A week from today, we'll be meeting in this room where people from the MTA Accessibility will be listening to our comments. A lot of you guys are here. Thank you. I'm also, until congestion pricing pause is ended, I'm a candidate for governor because I feel like I represent people of New York State better than Congestion Kathy. And only until she ends the pause, please. Also, she is still our leader, and there is a pause. So for the next minute and 5 seconds, I think we should pause. It's inspiring, her pause. So I'm going to use my minute to pause right now. This is what we'll be doing when we're waiting for things to be built, like elevators, ramps, new subways, working subways, or stuck in traffic. We'll have a moment of Zen while pausing. It will end, and then we'll move on with life. You are very busy people with important things to do. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by Liam Jeffries.
Where is the money, Governor Hochul? I'm Jean Ryan, president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York. Any pause, even for a few months, is inexcusable. Any delay runs counter to the MTA's legal commitment to make the subways accessible. It would mean New Yorkers and others with mobility disabilities will encounter yet another delay in our 45-year-long campaign for access to the city's vast transit network. 45 years we've been trying to get elevators in the subways so we can get somewhere. Accessibility delayed is access denied. For most of the last 4.5 decades, the state and the MTA have shown a complete disregard and even contempt for riders with disabilities. We are the only taxpayers who have been repeatedly blocked from entering the subway, treated like second-class citizens, and relegated to inferior transit options. Prolonged battles now over funding will only further delay what should have been in place decades ago. Safe, reliable transportation is a human right. Every second counts. Governor Hochul, you must take action now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liam Jeffries, followed by Paul Medavetsky.
Hello, my name is Liam Jeffries. I am here today with the Riders Alliance. I do also do work with transportation alternatives as well. I am a lifelong Manhattanite, and many other people before me, and I'm certain that many more people after me, have spoken about the numerous reasons why Kathy Hochul continuing to delay and stop congestion pricing is ridiculous, both from a policy perspective and a quality of life perspective. But I want to speak to the trust implications of this, because the more that Governor Hochul, for lack of a better term, gaslights New Yorkers via her press releases that are both not true. See, for example, her line about a room full of hotel workers cheering her for them not having to pay to drive into Manhattan. The more she gaslights New Yorkers, the more that the trust in the institution that she represents goes down. Because at the moment, whenever Kathy Hochul talks about congestion pricing, you've seen this already with how she's framed the decision to reinstate $54 million of like $15 billion to the Second Avenue subway. Thank you so much. The trust level of the institution goes down because now we are actively questioning everything that comes out of the governor of New York's mouth whenever she speaks about congestion pricing, and that is not good. The more that she destroys the amount of trust in the governor's office, the more harm that's going to do, not just for current politics, current policy in New York, but in the long run. Because the more she is doing this, the more she is actively destroying trust in the governor's office and in state government in general. So every other reason for congestion pricing to go ahead still applies. It's ridiculous she's sabotaged the MTA this much and also Safe Streets this much. But also, this is a trust issue at this point, and the more Kathy Hochul gaslights us, the more it's going to harm us in the long run. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Medavetsky, followed by Francis Bird.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Medvetsky. I'm a field organizer at Riders Alliance. I'm here to urge Governor Kathy Hochul to unpause the pause. And I really sympathize with the MTA because she's forced you to join the unfortunate club of American transportation agencies that are forced to make sacrifices to the operating budget for the price of pretty much ethereal, short-sighted political leadership. You as the board are potentially forced to confront yourself with cuts to the operating budget, increased borrowing costs, more money for fewer results, and the cost is passed on to us, the riders. And these cuts you're considering are going to take place potentially in the future, but riders are suffering right now from sweltering subway platforms and heat waves that threaten to incapacitate the entire system just on one day, to crumbling stations that are inaccessible for the majority of the transportation network's coverage, to old subway cars, and the list goes on and on. Riders are suffering right now from trains that are delayed, which means money lost, time lost, opportunities lost. And the service cuts to the bus service affect the most vulnerable New Yorkers. The bus network is the bread and butter of accessible service, accessible transit throughout the city. And the former expansion of express bus service threatens the most remote commuters from Staten Island, Brooklyn, and Queens, including myself as a regular rider of the Staten Island Express buses. So I urge you, spare us. We don't want to pay more for less. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Francis Bird, followed by Kevin Kelly.
Good morning. My name is Francis Bird. I'm a member of Riders Alliance, and I am also the former Democratic district leader for the 57th Assembly District in the borough of Brooklyn, which includes Crown Heights, where I live. I'm also an A and C rider, and I'm also a rider of the B65 bus. I'm here to add to the chorus of voices calling for congestion pricing to be enacted, really in part because the pause clearly endangers the transit system and it endangers the economic and social viability of the city of New York, which is the engine, the economic engine of the state of New York. The rationale for the pause, that the cost of the tolls are too high and working people will suffer, is quite spurious. Reason why it's spurious is that no one can determine when it's best to impose a toll or not impose a toll, but beyond that, the coming cost, returning to a cycle of deferred maintenance and fare increases and service cuts. Now, we haven't talked about the fare increases, something I've been worried about since the imposition of the pause. We can see easily within the next 2 to 3 years, the fare going from $2.90 to $3.50 to $4. And so we're just adding insult to injury by not moving on with congestion pricing, because we will all pay more in the end, and the system will suffer and return to the 1970s. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Kelly, followed by Solomon Belcher.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. So I'm here to speak on behalf of my 8-year-old grandson and my 6-year-old granddaughter who aren't able to testify. I'm not going to be able to leave them a fortune of money, but I do hope to leave them a livable planet. So one important aspect of congestion pricing that's maybe not discussed as much as it should be is it's a response to the climate emergency that we're all experiencing. It would be a small contribution, but a significant one that might inspire other countries, other cities, other states to take similar action, which is desperately needed right now. So I live in Atlantic Beach, which is a suburban community right outside of Far Rockaway in Queens. I'm here to tell you that it's not necessary for suburbanites to oppose congestion pricing, that it's possible, I do this all the time, to use mass transit to reach Manhattan. I come here 3, 4, 5 days a week. It's not a hassle, it's not unsafe, it's easy, and it's relatively inexpensive. I want to thank the MTA for starting the innovation of the $5 city ticket on the LIRR, which I use from Far Rock to Grand Central or to Penn Station. It's wonderful. Today I rode my bike from my home to the ferry in Rockaway, got off at Wall Street and biked here in 5 minutes. I also take the A train regularly. All these essential aspects of living in New York can be greatly improved through congestion pricing. I don't understand why it's not seen by the governor and by everyone else in power in the city that transit is the lifeblood of New York. We all depend on it. Please do the right thing. Encourage suburbanites to do the right thing as well by improving the transportation services that will get them out of their cars and help them stop poisoning the planet. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Solomon Belcher, followed by Arthur Schwartz.
I guess Solomon isn't here. Good morning, Chairman Jano, New York City Transit President Critchlow, City Planning Commission Chair Gorodnick, and the rest of the board. You may know me as the lawyer who got 1,000 bus runs reinstated 2 weeks ago. I am here this morning, however, as General Counsel to the Center for the Independence of the Disabled, New York. Our organization advocates for the rights of the disabled, and we are a lead party in the litigation of a lawsuit. We were the lead party in the litigation of a lawsuit which promises in 30 years to install elevators in 95% of our stations. 30 years to wait for full subway access is already a long time. but work has stopped on the initial round of these projects. Installing elevators was never supposed to be the end. Congestion pricing funds were expected to lead to the installation of barriers which would protect the blind from falling on the tracks, especially in stations where yellow safety stripping hasn't been installed. Any delay in installing barriers and striping will lead to injuries and even death. This cannot be allowed by this board. Our executive director, Dr. Sharon McLennan Weir, who you may hear from shortly, who is blind, has herself fallen on the tracks. Pausing attention to this problem will only lead to liability. Sydney is in court addressing the lack of maintenance on existing elevators, which has been made worse by the hiring freeze that has been quietly ordered, even though such hiring is reflected in the operating budget and not in the capital budget. Our litigation addresses the need to provide additional services like emergency buses, which will address the rights of the disabled when elevators are out, which they often are. We will not put our litigation on pause. Then there is Inaccessible Ride, where we are also in court seeking expanded service. The waits and delays are intolerable. It was our hope that instead of years of litigation and unfunded promises, congestion pricing...
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment, sir. Our next speaker is Talia Schwartz, followed by Suzanne Simmons.
Hello, good morning. I'm Talia Schwartz, and I live in New Jersey. I'm also the president of Safe Streets, Jersey City. I have 2 kids, and I'm constantly advocating to make sure that they have a safe city to grow up in and have clean air to breathe. This decision not to implement congestion pricing harms all of us, including people from New Jersey. Jersey City, where I live, suffers from terrible air quality and overly congested streets. Cars drive through our city to get to New York through the Holland Tunnel. My own son is one of many, many, many kids in Jersey City that suffer from asthma. This asthma magically disappears when we travel out of the region to areas with better air. Based on the results from other cities and the MTA's own environmental reviews, my hope was that congestion pricing would improve my own family's health and our life by reducing the number of cars commuting from New Jersey to New York, which would also reduce the cars going through my city. All the residents in Jersey City commute using PATH trains and buses, yet many people from New Jersey choose to drive. Some of them do it because they're very wealthy and they have those options, and some of them do it because New Jersey hasn't invested in their own public transportation systems. There's no excuse for that. There's just no more room in my city for more private vehicles. Now, Governor Hochul, she's not my governor, but I've always worked in New York City, and when I'm here, I take the subway, ride a city bike, take the buses. I rely on the MTA to get to my job. And according to Mayor Adams' own sustainability report, cars account for 25% of emissions in New York City, the single largest source of emissions. I really thought that congestion pricing would be the beginning of a big change for our whole region. New Jersey and New York City are intertwined and our future is shared. We breathe the same air, we work in the same buildings, we share natural resources. We all need congestion pricing. We all need to work together and focus on the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Suzanne Simmons, followed by Christine Willis.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Simmons. I'm a teacher of speech improvement in the Bronx. I'll keep this short. I'm sick of having to leave an hour early to make sure I'm on time for my therapy sessions for my students. I'm sick of my students missing their therapy because they're late because the subway is delayed. But more than that, I'm sick of my students not being able to come to school because of their asthma attacks. I'm sick of them not being able to breathe clean air, to be able to participate in their life and get the education that they deserve. So for that and many other reasons, I support congestion pricing. Please unpause the pause for congestion pricing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christine Willis, followed by Glenn Baksh.
Morning and thank you. My name is Christine Willis and I am a teacher in downtown Brooklyn. I am here on behalf to echo the concerns of working for the largest school district in the country, where over 1 million students rely on the MTA to get to and from school daily. I'm here to talk to the MTA, first to thank you for your efforts of making the subway safe, but also to continue those efforts to assure that these students who are fearful of air pollution, of climate change, of the dangers of the subway, do not have to see going to school as an uphill battle. I have witnessed these students showing up, sopping wet, having asthma attacks, crying as they look up into orange skies. If we don't show, and if Kathy Hochul does not show these children that we value the future and the future of this city, a problem of truancy is going to continue to occur. We already have tons of truancy as an issue in the public schools. We have students showing up late, discouraged, and feeling unseen, unheard due to not feeling supported by our schools and the infrastructure and the government. I urge Kathy Hochul and the MTA to be able to see that these students are our future. Their parents need to rely on a viable efforts to get to school so that they can get to their jobs. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Glenn Baksh, followed by Cassandra Martinez.
Good morning. I've been here before, and I will keep coming. MTA again means to me more trouble again and money thrown away. I do not trust the governor since she was an MTA clerk and a bank teller for M&T Bank. She's a shady lady like Shady Brook. That's how I see her. The mayor, the governor, the district attorney, the attorney general, I am older than all of them, and I've been serving this city longer than them. I've been paying the fare for 52 years. I get a reduced card, and then it doesn't work. The machine takes it. You give me a reduced card that doesn't really work. I go to New Jersey, applied for a senior card. It's called a SmartLink card. This is better than Omni Domni. I'm telling you that. Truth to power. The next thing I noticed that the subways are slow. The A train and C trains are slow. I'm from Fort Greene. That's where the mayor and the attorney general is from, who I knew for more than 25 years. But the leaders we have in this city, they have no integrity. They have compromised integrity. They are failing the people. And anybody in office, regardless of the position, for 1 year, if they're not helping the people, if they're not part of the solution, they need to go, like they do in United Kingdom. You guys need to get it right. Buy Mr. Davies $400,000 and a pension. Jano. You need to get right. You need to step up to the plate or else go. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cassandra Martinez, followed by Kathleen Collins.
First, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a Queens, Forest Hills resident, and I am here obviously in support of congestion pricing. I want to start by just saying quickly, thank you, to the decision makers and elected officials. It's not too late to say you made a mistake. Professionals do that. It's okay. It's wisdom, it's maturity, and at the end of the day, if you do it, you'll be respected for it, that you made the right decision. It's okay. If you're thinking about that, please, it's all right. Now, I am privileged enough to have a job that allows me to have flexibility and be able here to come in person and speak. But most, 8.8 million of us New York City folks, we're not. We can be on the subway and suddenly there's a delay, maybe signal problems, and there are people around us who lose our minds. Why? Because all of a sudden they're quickly trying to frantically call their bosses. I've heard people start begging with their bosses and begging to not be fired, and I've heard people be fired on the phone. These are the real folks that Governor Hochul should be concerned with. It's well known that 80% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. So what happens next to these people? No job, no paycheck, no rent, no apartment. Why can't Hochul connect the dots? This is a web. And she is not doing this. She's caring more about upper middle class suburbanites. She made a pledge. She made a pledge as part of the law, as part of her ethical statement to the city when she took on this position. She is breaking
Thank you for
her
your comment.
law.
Thank you
and
for
she's
your
breaking
comment.
her
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kathleen Collins, followed by Dr. Sharon McLennan Weir.
Yeah, that's perfect. No, don't worry, I got it. Okay. Sorry to keep you waiting. We need to, first of all, my name is Kathleen Collins and I'm with Disabled in Action. I'd just like to bring to your attention that all the speakers here were excellent today, and I don't think I'm going to be able to surpass them. But I'd like to bring to your attention that we need to continue to invest in making the entire transit system accessible to everyone. I know historically the MTA has put us on the back burner, and we've had to fight for accessible buses. We have to fight for you to, when you do your rehabilitation, that you remember that you have to make it accessible. We are now fighting for accessible express buses. We know they are so-called accessible, but we still cannot get on them many times, and the bus operators do not know what to do when we try to get on. We're still fighting for a decent, accessible, accessorized system. I know it is true that the MTA has entered into the Global Subway Settlement Agreement and its initiation of a pilot project known as the On Demand Program, that there is hope on the horizon. However, my fear is that when we talk about money, that we will be the first to go on the chopping block. And accessibility is also safety. I was here on the meeting on Monday, and I saw on the board that you said safety first and then accessibility, and that really was wonderful. But they are in tandem, they go together. When you have accessibility, you have safety. So please remember that. I know when we do this budget that you need to consider accessibility as the top priority with safety. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Our next speaker is Dr. Sharon McLennan Weir, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Dr. Sharon McLennan Weir. I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York, Sydney. I'm here to talk about accessibility like all the other speakers. I want everyone to understand that it's not that Governor Hochul or the MTA Board is doing us a favor as disabled people. This is the only minority group that at any point in your life you can join membership. Think about if you had an accident. Think about if you got older. Think about if something happened. You can end up disabled. Wouldn't you want a city that you could still live your life? That you wouldn't have to think about, oh my goodness, how am I going to get to work? How am I going to take care of my children? How am I going to get to meetings? How am I going to get to the doctor? The transportation system is a vital system for everyone. So when you think about accessibility, I want you to think about it as a human right for everyone, and not just a group of people who come every month to complain to you. And also, it's not about the group of people who's always suing you, but it's to understand that when we do sue you, we are suing on behalf of many, many, many New Yorkers, the voices of the people who can't sue you, because at some times it does take a lawsuit for action to occur. Governor Hochul, you had your Disability Pride event on Wednesday, and I was there, and I think it's important for you to understand that you need to bring back congestion pricing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Gordon Lee.
Yes, I'm Iris Kelly. I'm part of VIA, Disabled in Action. Kathy Hochul, where's the money? You shouldn't be putting money towards a subway service that already is to extend that. We got entrance to that entrance already. You need to help right now. Our own city here that needs help to get into the subway. If you want revenue, open the congestion pricing and build the elevator so people can get in to subway. There's people who need it. People, not only people disabled, but also elderly, people who have walkers and who have children. Also, different people need to get in on the elevators to get into the subway. If you only can't do stairs because people can, you haven't had a fall that happened to the lady that got killed because of being on the stairs, trying to bring her baby downstairs. That's why you need congestion pricing to let them proceed. The 23 elevators they promised to get in there, and plus you on a federal court case that had to be with law, but you're supposed to have enough done by 2055. You're not helping it by doing what you're doing now. Unpause the button on this congestion pricing now.
Our next speaker is Gordon Lee, followed by Michael Luca Nat.
Good morning, people. My name is Mr. Gordon Lee, but you can also call me God. I'm with all groups, all activist groups, because I want to fight for all important causes. And I was a Nixon protester on my birthday, June 23rd of 1973. And I grew up here under the Reagan presidency. Now, I am also here to demand congestion pricing for many reasons. Now, firstly, we need the congestion pricing because we have to get rid of, traffic jams, and it's less carbon emission in the airs, and it will be better for the environment and save our air. Also, we need more money to give the MTA the fixing that it needs, including ramps, elevators, and escalators in all subways to accommodate the disabled so that they can get around, but only a fraction of the city has those accommodations in the subways for the disabled. And in most of the city, the disabled can't get around. And I'm talking going places that they have to go, like some other people here said, going to work, going to see their doctor, anything at all, you name it. So, we also need money to upgrade the MTA to give it what it needs. Also, for safety systems.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michael Luca Nat, followed by Samuel Santiella.
Good morning. My name is Michael Luca. I'm here on behalf of Sunrise Movement NYC and the millions of New Yorkers who depend on the transit system. The climate crisis is here. It's only getting worse. The subways flood with worsening storms, the air pollution, and worsening heat exacerbate urban heat island effect and the public health consequences. New York City has always been at the forefront of policy in this country. This plan was a testament to that. It was developed for years by the most informed experts, and halting it at the last hour was inexcusable overreach. Hochul and the MTA owe the people of this city. We deserve clean air, accessible and reliable transit, safe streets, and resilient infrastructure. Now, you all voted to confirm this pause, hoping she finds the money. That's not enough. There needs to be continued internal pressure from this agency. A pause in congestion pricing is a pause on a livable future. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Samuel Santiella.
Hi, I'm poor. And I live in Southeast Queens, a region that has long spoken up due to lack of investment in transit. So I'm intimately familiar with the call to make investments, and are we really about to expand this current call for all 5 boroughs because our governor and frankly your boss, however distant up the ladder, decided to stall congestion pricing? My name is Samuel Santaella. I am not one of the 2% of working residents in poverty in the outer boroughs that drive into the congestion zone, according to the Community Service Society. And my part of Queens stands to lose elevators at 2 stations at the Queens end of the F train, plus a rebuild of a 3rd station, and clean and quiet electric buses. Plus, with an unbalanced budget, people like me face more service cuts and fare hikes. $5.80 is already a burden, but a higher fare is what I'll have to worry about because of a misconception that I'll face $15. Unless the governor returns to everything she rightfully stood up for before June 5th and activates the tolls. But until she does, I have a question for those who purport to fund the capital plan by other means. Do you like sitting in traffic? If you do, that's fine, but when you block our crosswalks, block our buses, honk horns endlessly, block ambulances and fire trucks whose sirens add to the unwanted showtime, and contribute to climate change, asthma, and air quality alert days, that affects us too. But any funding mechanism that's not congestion pricing will not address any of that. So please don't forget about fixing congestion as you seek to reinvent the funding wheel.
Thank you for your comment. Chair Lieber, we have reached the allotted time for this public comment session. At this time, we ask the remaining speakers on Zoom to stand by as we transition to a separate live recording session.
Thank you, Lucille. Thank you to all the public speakers. And as always, I assure the folks who are going to record their testimony that this will be provided to the board for their review. And we take what everybody has to say very seriously. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion to convene executive session to deal with an employment matter. May I have a motion? Thank you, Ms. Mahaltzis. Second, Ms. Sorin. All in favor? We are in executive session. Thanks.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So that quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light duty record is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy records. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables, there's all kinds of different vehicles, there's trucks, there's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals, so there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they gotta go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Eval. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So, it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineers for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast. From dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing, to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. It's a lot of responsibility. But at the end of the day, when I go home, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these 3 functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely.
All right, Deputy Mayor, City Planning Commissioner, come to order, please. Senior public officials, come to order. Listen, thank you everybody for joining us for this month's MTA Board meeting. I want to especially acknowledge the members of the public who showed up in force today. And I want to thank the MTA Board for hanging in through a very long committee day on Monday. We have a lot of business to transact and a lot of issues to work through in this complicated time, and you are really stepping up. This is our last meeting of the summer. We're breaking for August, and then we'll come back in late September to kickstart a busy, very busy fall. And I've asked the Chief of Staff of the MTA, Laura Wiles, to step up in a moment to just quickly go through some of the highlights of what's coming in the fall so we can all think ahead, because it is going to be busy. But this group, this board, is no stranger to consequential moments. We've been living them for the last 3 years, and with every challenge, we have consistently achieved our goals. We've been getting ridership back. Ridership is up 50% since this board came together, since I took over the chair 3 years ago. Hybrid work is here to stay. We're not about to get back to pre-COVID levels. I always say it's not a tragedy that you can actually get on the train on the Lexington Avenue line when it arrives in the station at 8 a.m. But we do know this: people are taking transit. I was on the train again this morning. It was rocking. When they come into they're using transit when they come to the office, and more significant, they are riding on their own time, nights, weekends, off-peak, when they have plenty of other options. They are choosing transit. That is a very positive sign. They're arriving because the service is pretty damn good. I'm looking at you, the folks who operate the transit and the railroads, and because they feel safe. Thanks to our strong partnership with Governor Hochul, Mayor Adams, and perhaps most important, the NYPD, the sense of safety and the reality of safety is being restored underground. We do continue to see high-profile incidents. As I always say, subway crime represents 2% of overall New York City crime, but we are 72% of the coverage. Looking at you with folks with the cameras. But the latest statistics bring home that subway crime is down. It's down 7% versus last year, and it's down 12% versus pre-COVID. That's the stat I always look at. Along with another stat, in the first 6 months of 2024, the transit system has seen the lowest number of felony crimes per day since 2010. In fact, in the past 28 years, since the NYPD started keeping these stats, only 2009 is lower than what we've got right now. And we're hitting the mark on all the important capital projects, things that people questioned a couple of years ago, but that we, the MTA, turned into successes. Long Island Railroad third track, Grand Central Madison, which is setting records every week. Way to go, Rob. Way to go, Long Island Railroad. The brand new Long Island Railroad concourse at Penn Station, which now has incredibly dynamic retail lineup. The L-Train project and many similar tunnel rehabs that have not been as widely noticed. The Rutgers Tunnel, which is the R-Train connection to Brooklyn. The 63rd Street F-Train, okay, Andrew's shaking his head at me. The Rutgers Tunnel and the 63rd Street F-Train tunnel are both have received the same treatment as the L-Train, and they got done on time and on budget. And more ADA projects than the last few capital programs combined, to name just a few examples. And an accessoride system that is improved far enough that is getting literally thousands of people more to come and choose Accessoride every day. We stand with our accessibility advocates on the urgency of making the system fully accessible, but we cannot overlook the success that Chris Pangilinan and Rachel Cohen and their teams who run paratransit at the MTA are having, because we are getting so many more riders on paratransit that it's actually hitting the budget. We are literally up 20% versus projections, and the customer satisfaction is literally the highest it's ever been. 78% customer satisfaction. But now we're facing new and historic challenges. Since the temporary pause on congestion pricing was announced, we have been reprioritizing meticulously the capital program. Jamie Torres-Springer talked about that on Monday. We're doing exactly what I promised last month, which is deferring many, many projects, additional ADA stations, new signals, many other projects, so that we can, as we must, direct what money remains to state of good repair projects, at least until Albany resolves the $15 billion outstanding for our capital program. We are taking stock of what operating budget impacts the pause would have if it were made permanent. And you're going to hear about that today from Kevin Willens and Jay Patel. We did the analysis and we're putting it on the table. Transparency is the name of the game. And we are working like hell to push forward with projects funded by the feds. Importantly, the biggest one is the 2nd Avenue subway. Yesterday, we got the good news that the governor has allocated $53 million in new state resources to continue the utility relocation contract that is a precondition for the big 2nd Avenue subway work. That work was just getting started when the congestion pricing pause was announced. It was put on hold because, again, we had to redirect all of our funds to state of good repair. But with the new money, which does not subtract from state of good repair, it puts us in a position to advance the entire project as scheduled, but once the broader funding issues are resolved in Albany. That is the key, is what I have said before. We do take the governor at her word that she is committed to funding the capital program through congestion pricing, as this board has endorsed so strongly, or otherwise. But we have also made it clear that the MTA, with this board's strong and consistent backing, stands ready to implement congestion pricing under the state law if and when the required approvals are forthcoming. Listen, the issues associated with congestion pricing and the pause have been soaking up most of the press oxygen these days, and it's required a ton of work by our in-house MTA team. But there is so much more going on at the MTA. This is an outfit that does actually chew gum and walk at the same time. MTA Construction Development is aggressively advancing projects that we did have underway, and there are a lot of them, like resignaling the G train, the crosstown line, with CBTC. This photo shows the crews laying brand new rail ties and prefabricated components at the Court Square Queens interlocking. I went over to Court Square on Monday after the committee meetings were completed to see for myself how that shuttle service was working. The MTA photographer was told to get a good shot of my bald spot, as you can see in the photo. And they also managed to capture the enthusiasm with which shuttle customers were listening to my remarks, as illustrated by the 3 or 4 people who were working hard on their phones. But all kidding aside, people told me they are loving it. They actually said, I've never had an MTA outage or a shift of this kind that was so well executed. One woman with an English accent told me this would never happen in England. So I'm, that because of my title as trained stepdaddy, I aspire to that approval. And one guy told me he actually preferred the buses because they come so frequently and because he loves having AC for his whole trip. So that was a really reassuring. And I got a hats off to the entire New York City Transit team, to Hugo and everybody who has been working so hard on that. We are getting great feedback on the execution and the planning that went into it. And as I keep mentioning, service system-wide has been great. The stats bear it out. Subway OTP just under 84%. Year-to-date on the railroads, 96% on Long Island, and 98% on Metro North. Amazing, amazing stuff. And even during those weeks in July when there were these maximum extreme heat events, we had 82% on the subways. A couple points down, but we ran. We had that one big blowout of a non-heat related blowout of an aging transformer at Essex Street. But Demetrius, please convey to the subway team how proud we are that we are not New Jersey Transit, that we are not melting down on this side of the Hudson. When you make the investments, it really pays off, and you have the training and the protocol, so keep going. Listen, on finances, we're looking for and achieving cost savings across all agencies, despite running a ton of extra service. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of extra subway, commuter rail rides. Despite all that, the MTA's budget, I'm going to keep saying it until folks recognize we're actually 3% lower in real terms than pre-COVID. With all that extra service, we are actually saving money. And that's because our operating agencies took seriously and executed on the promise we made to cut $400 million out of our operating budget without doing any layoffs or cutting service, and they are doing it. That's why we are able to say our budget is lower than pre-COVID despite all the great additional service. But we have a new and significant challenge on fare and toll evasion, and we are fighting it. On Monday, you heard about what we're doing on the commuter railroads. For a long time, we were just giving out IOUs. Only 5% of them were paid. Only 5% of them were paid. That didn't make any sense. So we used data, we used a lot of common sense, and we used the MTA PD deploying more effectively in tandem with our conductors to create safety, to create a real disincentive for people to do that. People are being taken off the trains now rather than delaying 1,000 people, and that makes a difference. And the result is in a few short months, fare evasion, or as they call it on the railroads, fare not collected, that's a euphemism, is down by 30%. So way to go, MTA PD, way to go, railroad team. At B&T, at Bridges and Tunnels, Kathy Sheridan's actually led the regional crackdown, impounding cars, rounding up drivers rounding up more than $12 million by pushing on drivers who owe a ton of unpaid tolls. And we've reduced the what we call unbillable transactions due to fake plates, covered plates, ghost plates, and otherwise by more than 10%. I think those figures are going to grow since this year we got from the legislature, with the governor's leadership, the power to take big unpaid toll bills directly to judgment. And that allows us to send to, once they go to judgment, they go to the New York City sheriff. So if you message to our toll deadbeat friends, unless you want the sheriff to pick up your car in the middle of the night and take you for a ride to a pound, please pay your many thousands of dollars of unpaid tolls. There's also progress on fare evasion on the subways. We have deployed hundreds of gate guards. These are the folks you see in the blue shirts. It's actually making a difference. That exit gate, as I always say, is the superhighway of fare evasion, keeping it closed as long as the fire code authorities make us still keep it the way it is, which is problematic, but it's working. And we have also re-engineered the turnstiles, which are highly imperfect, but Demetrius and team have figured out how to reduce backcocking, how to make it harder for people to jump over, and we're doing all those things. But we're doing it in a context where we're also respectful of the fact that there are people for whom paying the fare is a problem. That's why we have pushed so hard for the fares program. And I just tip of the hat to David Jones every time I say fair fares for being such an effective advocate with the Community Service Society for equity in transit fares. We really want to make sure that fare evasion, which we have to push back on, is never a crime of poverty. That's our goal. Next up, we are deploying new turnstiles. We saw some of them at Sutphin Archer, but it's going to start to filter out through the system in the months to come. We are in the process of a major procurement of all new turnstiles that's going to have to be funded in the next capital program. But in the meantime, we're continuing to deploy new turnstiles where we can buy them, where we can install them as quickly as we can to make sure. And as you heard from Demetrius on Monday, we're about to upgrade what we're doing on bus fare evasion. This is a real tough one because you can't have a cop on every bus. And, frankly, we don't want to have a situation where every bus has to be policed. It's not what we're shooting for. But we are going to be trying out some new strategies that are designed to make sure people understand we cannot put up with a level of bus fare evasion that's pushing 40%. It's too destructive to the system and demoralizes New Yorkers. The people that I hear from the most, that make the most impact on me, are people of limited means who are frustrated when they see somebody else push by them without paying on the bus or push in, through an exit gate in the subway. We owe it to those people who live their lives playing by the rules not to make them feel like suckers, or we're going to keep working at them. Listen, the Omni rollout, a huge once-in-a-generation undertaking, is really moving along very briskly. More than half of all subway riders now tap. 78% of the people who use regular fare, that not folks who are on fair fares or student fares or reduced fares, but 78% of the people who are just on regular fare. And now our students are going to be tapping into the system once the new school year starts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Omni card for students, bright green. I hope that every student, what we really want is for students to start to look at these as a gateway to their, really allowing them to experience New York and to really have freedom without constraint, because it's 365. We're not constraining people by time of day. We're not constraining kids by hour of the day. We're not saying you can't use it in the summer. We want our kids to get out and use the city and have access to all the activities and opportunities that are out there. And we also want them to get in the habit of swiping or tapping or just being regular transit customers, because pretty soon they're going to be our grown-up customers. So I'm thrilled about how that is going as well. The Queens bus network redesign is almost completed. Last week we held a major public hearing on the proposed final plan. There'll be some more tweaks before it goes final, and the board has to vote on it. But this is the most recent of 74 public events in an unprecedented outreach effort. 74 public events. And unlike the earlier pre-COVID version of the plan, this plan does not financially constrain. We are assuming that we are going to have to grow service. Queens is the most bus-dependent borough, the most bus-dependent part of our city, and we're actually going to grow service where the ridership warrants it and where new service patterns warrant it. Small one, but we were not content to let our west of Hudson customers suffer with the crummy New Jersey transit service that is on the Pascack Valley and the Port Jervis line. So we are actually doing all kinds of things to try to make it easier for west of Hudson folks to get over the river to where Metro North is knocking out 98, 99% on-time performance and a ton of service. One of those things, in addition to subsidizing parking for west of Hudson customers and subsidizing the bus, there's a special bus that runs back and forth. We also invested in the ferries, a new ferry, actually a ferry that now we've increased service on dramatically. We're paying for it. Guess what? People are using it. Ridership quadrupled in a couple weeks, and there was a daily record on July 21st of over 800 folks using that ferry. Listen, we want to keep the good news coming, and that requires investment. Protecting and preserving the system for future generations comes at a cost. And as fiduciaries of the MTA, I think we must step up and tell the world that it has to be paid for. The existing 2020 to 2024 capital program, before the pause, began to address some of long overdue shortcomings of our system. We have ADA accessibility dramatically improving, but we also eliminated the backlog on elevators and escalator replacement. This is something that we've been struggling with for a million years. The elevators and the escalators getting beyond their useful life, breaking down, and the customers are bearing the brunt. We've turned that around. And we accelerated the installation of modern signaling. That is a huge goal that we really have picked up the pace on. But like Jamie Torres Springer told us on Monday, so much more needs to be done in the next plan. We need to invest more in rolling stock, in power. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an electric-powered system. If the power breaks down, that means every time there's a power issue, that's 30 to 50 trains that are hit. We got to deal with the power. We need to invest also in resiliency, in sustainability. That Hudson line is going to be underwater. The structure, the Grand Central train shed, the whole Grand Central artery, the bill has come due. 100 years, structure, concrete, steel. We got some engineering professionals around here. Concrete and steel, if you poke holes in it, subjected to water and chemicals and salt for 100 years, it's going to give out, and that is what's happening, and we must do something about it. I'm optimistic that the decision makers in Albany, all of them, understand the need and that they will respond. We can't let the system slide back to where it was in the 1970s or even back to 2017, the summer of hell. And the answer, and this is important, cannot force the MTA to resort to excessive borrowing. And that's what frequently happened in capital programs past. Extra debt service burdens the operating budget, and it forces the board, that will force the board again to deal with the grim options, layoffs, service cuts, fare hikes. I think when the last capital program was under discussion, the then governor said that congestion pricing was the alternative to a 30% fare hike. So, you know, the operating budget will bear the brunt if we don't get the support that we need. Nobody wants any of that. The transit system is too important to the region's future, economically, environmentally, and in terms of social and economic equity. Look at all the coverage and attention this amazing system gets from the press. Albany, Washington, all of our daily press. Everybody's focused on it, and for good reasons. That's why this board is so important. At our density, the city, the region could not exist without great mass transit, without this MTA system. We are the 4th largest employer in the state of New York. I just read this. Behind the federal government, the city, and one of the hospital roll-ups. We're the 4th largest employer with over 70,000 employees. And as the PCAC and Reinvent Albany has reminded us recently, we are key to the entire New York State economy, every region, every county, every congressional district, every state Senate district. And we're moving millions of people a day. It is the most frequent interaction that New Yorkers have with government. It determines how they feel about government in many cases. And it is also the place, and this is part of why I'm so passionate about it, where people form their impressions of this amazing experiment in tolerance and diversity that is New York. When you get on a subway car and you share it with people of all kinds, it breaks down the separation that exists in our city, and it brings people together, and whether that works well really shapes what people are thinking and how they're feeling. Is this a safe place? Is this a place where people can conveniently and safely take advantage of everything New York has to offer? Is this a place where that experiment in tolerance and diversity is succeeding? So I am just telling you about the capital program as it's coming. I'd be damned if I'm going to personally let it go down, let the system go backwards without a fight. That's what we've got on our agenda for the fall. And with that, let me turn it over to Laura to give a more rational and perhaps considered explanation of what's coming in the fall. Laura.
Thank you, Chair Lieber. We have a busy year ahead of us. I'm going to start first with what our board will be up to over the next few months. After working closely with President Jamie Torres-Springer, we'll be bringing in September the 25 to 29 capital plan for your consideration. Then come November, CFO Willens will present the 2025 budget and 4-year financial plan to be adopted later in December. We will be resuming our biannual fare and toll increases, so look forward to working with the board as those come together. Around the same time, Chair Lieber spoke about the Queens Bus Network redesign and all the public process that's been going underway. The team will be working hard to come up with a final plan for the board to vote on, presumably around that same time. That's what the board's going to be up to. For our customers, there's a lot in store as well. Congestion pricing may be on pause, but our staff certainly are not. So you heard a lot about the fare and toll initiatives that we have underway. So whether it is implementing the Toll Payer Protection Act, I know President Sheridan is ready and eager to do so. She'll be doing that on subways. We heard about the gate guards. President Critchlow and SVP Schreibman will be hard at work putting those things in place. On buses, we heard about the work that Frank and Demetrius have underway to get creative on enforcement with NYPD and our Eagle teams. And on the railroads as well, Presidents Rinaldi, President Free, working with conductors to continue to push down the number of invoices on board our conductors end up issuing. Haven't talked a lot about cameras lately, Through the work of the procurement team and CAO Camillo, we'll have all of the cameras needed to put cameras in every car by the end of the year. So we're eager to bring that to our customers. On the Scout team, critical to our response to severe mental illness in the system. In June, we heard from Jeremy Fagelson and Brian Stetton about the Scout teams. We already have deployed those to end-of-line stations. We will have teams in every borough by the end of the year, addressing that critical problem for our customers. On Omni, touched on some of the new customers that will be getting the benefits of Omni, starting with our students, but we're also looking forward to bringing that to reduced fare customers, fair fare customers, and our CUNY ASAP customers as well by the end of the year. We are targeting and working hard. We believe it's achievable to get to 60% system-wide market share by the end of the year, and would like to see that number push even higher. While we're bringing Omni, the cards to customers, we need the CVMs as well. So we'll have 500 of those in our system by the end of this year and are on track to have them in all stations by the end, or by summer of 2025. So how do we get this all done? It's with the amazing employees here at the MTA. This fall, our riders will see the impact of 2 of our most recent hires who are joining the 3,749 employees who've joined MTA so far this year. That includes over 1,000 bus operators, close to 1,000 train operators and conductors, and over 700 equipment maintainers. So the 2 that we have here, though, are Katie Faleska, our new criminal justice advocate, a new role here for the MTA. She will partner with law enforcement, operating agencies, and our stakeholders to ensure that we are speaking out on behalf of our employees and customers who are victims of crime. If you're an ADA out there with a case in front of you dealing with an MTA customer or employer, first of all, so glad you're watching an MTA board meeting, but also please know Katie has your number. Secondly, we have Sean Fields here. He's our new creative director at the MTA. MTA has a history of design excellence, and with Sean, we will build on that and take us in new directions on many of the items I described already on Omni, on fare evasion, and all of the important news and information we need to get to our customers this year. So with that, Chair Lieber, I'll hand this back over to you.
Thanks, Laura. A lot going on. So back to the normal business of this meeting. There's a check with Paige. There is a quorum present. Thank you, board members, for showing up. And we earlier conducted an executive session where the board dealt with and voted affirmatively on an employment matter. So just for the record, that was addressed. And now we're going to move on to the presentation on the July plan, the update on our operating budget. Kevin Willens, CFO, please.
Thank you, Chair Lieber. Before I get started, I want to remind the board what the July financial plan is. So it's a mid-year update on how things are going this year from a financial perspective, which then informs us for next year's, as we start to put together next year's budget and the forecast for the future years. We also add a year, so our current financial plan goes through 2027. This now gives a forecast for 2028, a new year in the plan. Importantly, no action is required by the board today. So this is an update. Information gives an early look at next year's budget and the out years, but as Laura Wiles mentioned, we'll be coming back to you in November with additional updates and an actual proposed budget for 2025. After I walk through the financial plan projections, I'll turn it over to Jay Patel, who is going to talk a little bit about the impacts to the operating budget from congestion pricing, some of the line items, which again can be mitigated by either unpausing the pause or providing, most of them by providing replacement revenue. So right now they're not in our out-year forecast because we're assuming one of those 2 outcomes will occur, and then we'll have to update the operating plan if that's not the case. And Jay will also give an update on operating efficiencies. So let's get to it. This is just an overview of the budget that was approved for 2024, $19.3 billion. You know, two takeaways. As a reminder, you see on the pie on the left, fare box revenue makes up about 26% of our funding source. You know, versus pre-pandemic when ridership was higher, that was 38% of our overall funding. And you can see both fare box revenue and then the dedicated taxes are the two biggest components of our sources. And so we're going to talk, when we look at the plan, how those have shifted a bit, which impacts our financial plan. So first I want to walk through what's the first half of 2024. We talked about it in Finance Committee, but what are the results and how does the results of the first half inform us for reforecasting the balance of the year, next year's budget, and the financial plan. So the good news is overall on the operating side, results are modestly better than budget in a full kind of aggregating everything together, where expenses are slightly lower, total operating revenues are slightly higher. But then when we look underneath and look at the individual components, there's a few important items that I want to highlight that then will go into the projections. So the first one is subway and bus revenue is below budget by about 5.5%. That's primarily due to fare evasion. In other words, if fare evasion had receded post-pandemic, then we wouldn't be below budget. We would have had higher paid ridership. That 5.5% is roughly $100 million under budget for the first 6 months on subway and bus. On the good news, the commuter rail revenue is better than budget, driven one by Metro North about 10% above budget because the return of riders to Metro North is much higher. But Long Island Railroad is also doing really well. It's just the recovery percentages are set very high in the preliminary budget, but Long Island Railroad is seeing strong paid ridership and strong incremental ridership from Grand Central Madison. Bridge and tunnel revenues are better than budget. Same story we've seen for a number of years, that the traffic continues unmitigated and continues going over our crossings. The dedicated tax receipts, which remember, that's 44% of our funding source, are below budget by 5.5% for the first 6 months, primarily driven by decline again in real estate related taxes that declined significantly in 23 and then are lower again in 24. So just those real estate taxes are lower by $160 million for the first 6 months. I mentioned operating expenses. The good news, and we'll go into more detail, we're keeping those in line with what we promised, delivering on the operating efficiencies, and the agencies are working hard on continuing to deliver service at a lower cost. So that's the first 6 months. So now let's talk about the future. And I'm going to first, rather than bury the lead, I'm going to go right into the bottom line and then we'll go into the details. So if you remember, we were, based on the approved budget and the February plan, we had 4 years of balanced budgets. when you add in 2023, it was 5 years of balanced budgets. We actually ended 2023 in a surplus position, so that's good news. 2028 wasn't yet forecast. So our new forecast is going to show balanced budgets through 2026, but then deficits reemerging in 2027 and then carrying on into 2028. And again, the major contributors to these deficits are what we just talked about. I'm going to go into more detail, but bringing down the projections of subway and bus fare revenue and bringing down the projections of the real estate related taxes. Now those two issues are current problems, so it's not just a problem in 2027 and 2028. It's putting pressure on the budget now. But what we were able to do was move resources from the out years, available funds that we're going to use for out year costs, bring them in to offset the loss in revenue over the next couple of years to keep the budget balanced through 2026. So let's dig into some of the details. So what this chart shows is paid ridership, subways on the left, buses, New York City Transit bus on the right, as a percent of 2019 ridership levels. And the green line is the midpoint forecast, which our current financial plan is built on. And so two takeaways. If you look at actual results, you see subways on the left has trended below the midpoint or below paid ridership the budget. And then on the right, New York City Transit bus has been well below the midpoint forecast and has continued to decline to roughly 55%. Let me be clear, if fare evasion had come down or started to recede post-pandemic, both those blue lines would be at or above the budget levels. So that's why fare evasion is identified as really one of the causes of the current shortfall here. Turning to the commuter railroads. Again, this is the good news story. We're seeing ridership as a percent of 2019, really at both railroads, close to 80% of pre-pandemic levels. We weren't supposed to hit 80% until 2026. We're already hitting it in 2024. So that's great news. Bridges and tunnels, never, other than, brief times in 2020, it came back pretty strong, and we've grown above 100% of 2019 traffic and expect that growth to continue. So that's what's going on ridership, which affects the overall operating revenue picture. Now let's turn to the other big factor contributing to the new deficits that we're showing in the financial plan. Here's a bar chart showing what we call the mortgage recording tax and the urban tax, which are really the real estate related taxes that go into the operating budget. The mortgage recording tax based on region-wide mortgage activity, and the urban tax really based on sales of large commercial projects. So what you'll notice is our 10-year average from these two taxes, we've gotten a combined $1.1 billion a year on average, which is what we got in 21. We actually exceeded it in 22, and then it dropped quickly in 23. And if you look at the first half in 24, we're less than half the number we were in 2023. say, the budget's a little unstable as well as the internet connection, but. All right, so this chart, now obviously there's more going on in the overall financial plan than just subway and bus revenue and real estate taxes. So what this chart tries to illustrate, within our current projections through 2027, what changed cumulatively. So these are not annual amounts. These are, take the 4 years, add them together, and what's the cumulative impact. And so subway and bus revenue, we're bringing down the forecast by about, on average, $200 million a year versus the current financial plan, and also bringing it down in 2028, which will be, again, a new year in our financial plan. Commuter rail and toll revenue, we're able to reforecast higher over the 4-year period by over $300 million. Real estate related taxes, we're lowering the forecast over the 4 years by about $800 million under the assumption that the recovery of that market will be slower than previously anticipated. So it'll take the full 4 years for the real estate market to start to recover to the same level of activity. Maybe the Fed will help us out with cutting rates quicker, and maybe we can gain some of that back. Importantly, operating expenses on a net basis, we're holding basically unchanged through the financial plan period. And so that's, again, great work with the agencies to keep delivering on those, because there's always new needs and new things that come up, or things that we have to fund, and we need to continue to find efficiencies, not only to hit our original targets, but fund ongoing initiatives. Debt service, we're projecting will provide $370 million in benefit, which is lower debt service than the financial plan. Again, this is really based off of two things. One, we were able to take some of our surplus money in 2023 and pay down debt, which reduces debt service during the plan period, and then somewhat lower interest rates. The impact from the pause of congestion pricing, as we've talked about, has not yet been incorporated into the budget. Jay will talk about it. That would have an impact.
That's why we have the savings.
Correct. And then reallocation of PAYGO. One thing that we had made a commitment to fund about $2.4 billion of the 2015 to 19 capital program with PAYGO. In other words, taking annual operating dollars and setting them aside into a capital account and using it for capital. The good news is we're able to set that money aside in enough amounts starting in 2016. That plus all the investment income we've been able to generate in the last couple of years in those accounts, that we fully met our PAYGO commitment in the 15 to 19 plan. So we don't need to set aside any more PAYGO, and those operating dollars those dollars can be reallocated to the operating budget to help offset some of the loss in, for example, dedicated taxes. So for those who like pages with tons of numbers on it like I do, I want to just spend a minute on this page, but can take any questions. But this shows the details. So we showed you kind of cumulative numbers. This shows year by year what's going on over the plan period, where the top half shows our change in forecasted revenues by category. The bottom half shows our changes in expenses by category. And the bottom shows the new deficit, the balance through 2026, and the new deficits in 2027, where the line right above that shows somewhat of the reallocation of we're able to take funds that we would have otherwise reserved for 2027 expenses, plus some of the surplus that we had in 2023 to provide enough cash in 2024 to still have a balanced budget this year, even though we're facing lower lower revenue both at the fare box and from the real estate taxes. So I want to turn for a minute. Remember, another part of the July update is a preliminary budget for 2025. And the preliminary budget, including debt service and so forth, is projected at 19.9 billion. Remember, the current budget is 19.3. The allocation is not that different from the current budget in terms of funding, projected funding sources and projected uses. But I think importantly, if we look at this chart, which takes our budget's actual results through 23, our reforecast that we just walked through for 24, and the preliminary budget for 25, and we present it all in inflation adjusted 2019 dollars. This shows that both our reforecast 24 budget as well as the preliminary budget for 25 is still 3% below 2019 levels on a real dollar basis. So again, delivering more service, more activity, but at actual lower inflation adjusted cost than 2019. What this chart shows, and just wanted to remind everybody, the importance of all the taxes and subsidies that we get to keep fares affordable across all our systems. So what this chart shows is on the just pure operating costs by, the left pie is subway and bus, in the middle is Long Island Railroad, and on the right is Metro North. Based on the first 6 months, how much of the operating costs were funded by customers and fares, and how much were funded by other sources provided, taxes and subsidies. And you'll see the numbers: 64% for subway and bus, 68% for Long Island Railroad, 62% for Metro North. One important takeaway: even though we have problematic fare evasion in subway and bus, the operating ratio, how much we're recovering of our expense in the subway and bus system combined, is still keeping pace with the rest of the system. We just need growth in ridership and growth in the recovery percentage to get the revenues higher. Just wanted to talk about a couple other significant assumptions in the July plan, most unchanged. We're still, the July plan and the balanced budgets through 26 still assume 4% fare and toll increases both in 2025 and 27, keeping unchanged our biennial plan. Casino revenues are still projected and still assumed to provide $500 million a year starting in 2026. So keeping that process on schedule, where the casino licenses get awarded, we need starting in 26. Continuing to grow our operating efficiencies up to $500 million in 2025 and beyond. Again, remember, is $400 million target this year. We're coming in roughly around 425. We got to grow that to 500 million. We'll be coming back in November with more details on that last 75 million. And again, as I mentioned, from a financial planning perspective, the impact of the congestion pricing pause has not yet been incorporated into the budget beyond 2024, under the assumption either that the pause will be lifted or the replacement revenue will be provided. But as we previously stated, the financial plan will be negatively impacted if that's not the case, which now I'm going to turn it over to Jay Patel, Deputy CFO, to walk the board through some of the potential impacts.
Thank you, Kevin. So as a reminder, these are just risks to the operating budget if the congestion pricing pause is not lifted or other revenue sources are not provided as a replacement to this. The first item I want to talk about is the debt service. The MTA was always planning to issue debt as part of the 2020 to 2024 capital program, but it was always the last piece of the funding pie for the plan. And so as part of the pause, if cash flow is required, the MTA would need to issue that $7 billion of debt earlier in the financial plan than previously planned. So that year was about 2030 that we were planning on issuing the debt, and so the debt service cost would start in that fiscal year for us. If we needed to fund cash flows earlier, we would start issuing the debt in 2027, and so there would be an incremental increase to the debt service cost of about $300 million from that. Now that's a non-recurring cost because we always planned for it in our financial plan, but it is something that would move into the current financial plan period. The second item, also a non-recurring item, is the capital program employs about 7,300 reimbursable headcount that are funded through the capital program. For that piece, if there's no capital work available to them for state of good repair and other projects, the operating budget we would expect them to do operating work, and the operating budget would need to fund them rather than the capital program. The next three, I've put them under the operating maintenance costs, and those would become recurring costs if we didn't have congestion pricing pause lifted or replacement funds provided to us. I'll talk about them in aggregate for the first two, bus fleet and commuter rail fleet delays. Those impact the operating pieces because we'd have to maintain older equipment for longer periods of time. We have a 12-year life cycle of a bus, for example. If we were not getting new buses, we'd have to maintain them for longer, and as buses get older, costs get more expensive to maintain those buses. So that's one of the outcomes that you can see, and it's a range of costs from 50 to 100 million on the buses because of fleet timing. As we would procure them, the cost and maintaining them would change. The third item under operating maintenance is the state of good repair deferral. As you heard last month from Tim Mulligan, there would be some state of good repair deferral that we would need to do on less priority of state program of facilities, station maintenance. Also, there was a piece of signal modernization. As you're not doing that work on the capital program, the operating budget would need to pick up cost for emergency maintenance, track defects, any on-call contracts that we would need to continue to fix things as they fail, I will say. And then the last piece is, even if we received replacement revenue and did not have congestion pricing pause lifted, there would be some benefits lost from congestion pricing to the operating budget. I think you heard several of us talk about the increased ridership of 1.25% from the cars onto public transit. That would affect the fare box revenue both on subway, bus, commuter rails of about $70 million annually. And then also our bus system would benefit from faster speeds, from reduced congestion on the streets. And we have over 100 bus routes that are in the zone. And so those buses would move faster, and we would be able to have $10 million to reinvest in bus service because we would maintain headways and the speeds would have been increased. So moving on, I'll talk a little bit about the operating efficiencies for 2024. I'll say for the most part, we are on track to save the $400 million in the operating budget, all while increasing service and increasing headcount. Our operating agencies have taken a great effort into these initiatives, and many of them are on track and providing the savings as we monitor them we're at the 6-month mark. Some of them we've realized are not producing the savings that we anticipated. One of the biggest issues that we're having at New York City Transit is employee availability. Our availability that we expected to increase for employees coming to work is not, at the rate that we wanted it to be, particularly on our bus operators. There are, hovering around the 186 days of coming to work out of a total of productive days of 215. 260 is the annual number minus vacation, minus holidays and stuff. But we're having a little bit of trouble with that initiative. So we're continuing to monitor. We're continuing to try new initiatives around bus operator availability. And so we are substituting here and there on some of the initiatives and making adjustments. We'll have a full report for the board in November to talk about revised initiatives. Also, we in the 2025 budget, we increased our operating efficiencies from $400 million to $500 million. So we'll come back to the board to represent the next $100 million in savings as well through initiatives. But quickly, I'll touch on Long Island Railroad. They're on track with their initiatives to $60 million in 2024. They've come within budget on their overtime spend. And also, there are a little bit of tweaks here and there on some of the initiatives, but for the most part, Long Island Railroad is meeting the efficiency target. On Metro North, also $40 million on track to be saved within the budget. There is one initiative that, it's a positive story. We're hiring faster than we thought, so the savings of a hiring pace efficiency is not being met, but we are looking at our spend and materials to see if we can bring that back into line with the budget. The next two slides are really illustrations of the savings I just talked about. $35 million for New York City Transit is being reviewed due to bus availability to meet the $300 million target. And then for Long Island Railroad and Metro North, again, just to recap, the $13 million in hiring efficiencies that we're looking at to find alternative savings on Metro North. That concludes this part. I'm going to turn it over to Kevin to just finish up with any risks to the budget.
Thank you, Jay. This page, we always finish out, well, what are the risks to our forecasts? And many, really almost all of these we've talked about today, so I'm not going to repeat them. I really want to focus on the one on the bottom, the 25 to 29 capital program, and Chair Lieber talked about it. I talked about it at Finance Committee on Monday, but funding the capital program, is critical to state of good repair, safe, reliable service, so forth and so on. But it can't be overly reliant on additional MTA debt. So we need the capital program, but we need new dedicated revenues to pay for those investments and not excessive amounts of new MTA fare-backed debt that would, again, really put a lot of pressure on fares, service levels, and the whole operating budget. So where do we go from here? We'll turn it over to questions. Because we've got 3 years of balance, it can move, we've got some deficits, so what do we do? Well, number one is we keep running great service. So great service is the key to generating more revenue and keeping, not only keeping our existing customers happy, but continuing to grow ridership, which is embedded in the plan. So we need to keep doing what is not an easy job that the agencies do. But we need to keep doing it at a lower and lower cost. Not easy also. So we need to keep pushing the efficiency programs to keep finding smarter ways to execute to run the business better. And we need to keep and grow the efforts on combating fare evasion. One thing I want to make clear, we've brought down our revenue projections on subway and bus based on the reality of the current revenue. That does not, first of all, that's not new fare evasion we're building in to the projections. It's not sending a message that we're giving up on fare evasion. It's saying, what's a reasonable forecast given where we are across each one of the systems, and to even achieve now these new projected revenues do require growth in ridership, do require improving and tackling fare evasion, which can be done some on the operating side, but again, it's going to be big capital investments needed in 25 to 29 as it relates to fare arrays. And that, and again, that's the last piece, is we need to now move to secure the capital program for 25 to 29. So, after the capital program is discussed at the September board, remember, we'll be coming back to you in November with an updated financial plan and a proposed, full budget for 2025 for you to consider at the December board for approval. With that, I'll turn it back.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for patience. We need to go through a lot. There's a lot there. Pretty clear what is in front of us. I want to invite the board to comment, questions, take it from there. Zuckerman, Chu, Valdivia, Albert, Jones.
Okay, thanks. Maybe we have to pay for the new battery in our budget for my device. Anyway, that's savings we've put in. We'll have to recoup that. Okay, first of all, as the chair of finance, I want to say it is miraculous, I think, that we have a balanced budget for still a few more years. We all sat here a year ago in awe of having, I think, as Jano had said, 5 years of balanced budget, which had been unheard of, at least in my now decade on this board. The fact that we have it still through a fairly reasonable viewpoint in the future is still quite impressive, and I want to thank our finance team. You two are an extraordinary team led by or supported by a very large and very talented financial team. Thank you for that. I want to thank also the operating leaders around the table for that cost management, because this would not happen without steady cost management, and certainly our partners in government, especially in including the federal government. That is, I think, in part of how you've been able to tie this together. So that's point one. Point two, I just want to note, and we did talk about this on Monday at Finance, but for a wider group, this system was not meant for wild swings in operating budgets. At least in my time here, if you saw something move, whether the mortgage recording tax driven by real estate or New York City Transit, if you saw it move by plus or minus 1 or 2 percentage points, you were a little surprised even. There were ripples at best around this pond. And now we are having huge waves like it's an ocean. The fact that the real estate tax, mortgage recording tax, is down 32% is unheard of in this organization. Subway being down 5 percentage points, midpoint single digits, is very high, actually. I won't repeat the bus number, but it is awe-inspiring in the opposite direction. And in a good direction, Metro North seeing a 10% is, again, extraordinary. This system was not meant for, and when I say the system, I mean the financial system, for these kind of choppy waters that are almost wave-like. So we have to be mindful that we're able to manage through that. It says a lot about this organization. And the third thing, I feel like we've talked a lot about it, but worthy of repetition because of its magnitude. The loss of congestion pricing is not just a capital issue. It is an operating budget issue as well. We have to keep the system running. If we have to do that, taking away the larger expansion projects, we would have to raise our debt levels, as Mr. Jones raises all the time. We're already at 15% of our operating budget going to pay the interest on our debt. So if we have to raise more debt to keep things running, that's problematic. And if we don't do it through debt, then, ladies and gentlemen, the public will have to raise fares, neither of which are things we want to do. We don't want to. Yes, Kevin, we want to keep service high quality, but the problem is it may come at the risk of harming the public or this institution, and we can't do that. So congestion pricing or some other alternative. I don't think we're maniacally focused solely on that, at least from a financial perspective. I want to make sure from a finance perspective we find an alternative, and that has to come from somewhere. I'll repeat what Jano said. I also take the governor at her word on this, but trust but verify. So we need to get this solved, and we need to get it solved soon. So thank you very much, Kevin and Jay, for all you have done on this.
Mr. Chu.
So last year I called last year's budget an omelet. It finally sunk in during your presentation that this year's budget is the deviled egg. There are a lot of factors. I have one fan. The 2.5 years I picked up one fan. There are so many factors in this. We have this highest level of factors of, interest rates, which are always going to be on our control in real estate markets. And then there are things that are very much we're pushing for, which I think is what we really need to focus on, because looking into 2027, as you mentioned, interest rates could come in our favor, real estate markets could come in our favor, but even those things will take years to compound and and gain us benefit. And Kevin and Jay, you always do a terrific job of synthesizing this and breaking it down, all the factors we have to consider and deal with. I'm really proud of the work that all the agencies have been doing to increase efficiencies. We know it's no secret that fare evasion we have to do, although it's worth noting that fare evasion is not just an agency issue. It's also a public issue, right? We talk, I'll get to how the public might have to step in on this more, but, we need to start recognizing, the public really needs to start recognizing that every fare that you don't pay has a price. And that is going to come in one shape or form if you want this system and you want the service that you've relied upon from most of us New Yorkers for our entire lives. So we need to keep doing a good job, and I believe we're doing that, in position to do that. But we're really, I think, and this I'll be the first to start the early stump. We're going to need. Last year we were in a very dire situation going into our budget. And then we were able to look to our friends in the legislature and the governor to help us, to get us to that really good feeling of knowing we had balanced budgets. We've certainly hit, this is where the deviled egg come in, conditions that were beyond our control that now place us in some uncertainty. And we're once again, we're going to need help because we're in a different situation than we thought we were going to be due to those external factors. But I feel good knowing that you have a handle on what we need to pay attention to, and that we're doing the work we can do, and we look forward to having those conversations too. And to echo Neil's point, really, we're taking the governor at her word, and knowing we're going to have that. That's a comfort to us, and looking forward to seeing what form that takes.
Ms. Valdivia.
Thank you. So we do budgets based on reality, right? Based on what's happening at the time. And I know this is going to be a really difficult budget season. I feel like we are in a time of deep uncertainty. $15 billion, we don't know where that's going to come from. I guess 54 million was magically found, but that's a big item that we have to figure out. Then we don't know how we're going to fund our 2025-2029 capital plan. Chair, I'm glad you stated that, we're going to fight for that funding. That's really important. I know that there was so much effort to go into avoiding this fiscal cliff. And yes, I see some zeros, but then I see some big deficit numbers. So I feel like we're entering an era of deep uncertainty, and that is sobering. I think I used the word sobering in the Monday presentation around the capital plan. One thing that I wanted to highlight too was there was this sense, Kevin, you said, oh, we run a really great service. Yeah, we run a really great service, but we keep asking our operating agencies to cut to keep running a really great service. And I appreciate the efficiencies. There are definitely efficiencies to go around, but I worry, and I don't want us to ever take for granted what it takes to run this kind of service, how many people it takes to run it, what it takes to do the G train shuttle just the way we're doing it right now. So I'm really concerned in this time of deep uncertainty. We don't have a way to fund the remaining capital plan, and we don't have a way to fund the next one. And so I know that there'll be a lot of good people working with stakeholders to figure that out. But to not know how that will be funded is not a good feeling to have as a board member and as a fiduciary. So Jay, I'm glad you discussed the potential risks, operating budget impacts of of continuing this pause for congestion pricing. We actually have a revenue method now, congestion pricing, which was in state law, to move forward with it. So we actually have a potential way to move forward. So it's really good that we are looking at what are the potential impacts. Correct me if I'm wrong, but based on those numbers, I saw that we have a $500 million impact one time over 4 years, and looking at a on the high end, a $340 million recurring annual impact. That just wipes out your operating efficiencies, right? That we've spent so much time of agency time making sure that we could recover, because the MTA is doing its part as it relates to the operating budget. So I just get continually concerned about the squeeze on the operating budget. We need to keep our assets in a state of good repair. We want to build new things. I get that. But at the same time, tomorrow somebody needs to go from A to B, and we have to make sure that happens. So it just feels like we're in a time of uncertainty, and I look forward to working with all of you to figure this out. But that presentation I felt was pretty sobering, because Kevin, my understanding is that is without taking into account the congestion pause and its impact on our operating budget, those forecasts already. And so that assumes that congestion pricing pauses in, and so we already have those headwinds with or without congestion pricing. Thank you.
Mr. Albert, Mr. Jones, Ms. Mahalsis.
Hi, Jay. On your presentation, on the first page of it, it showed additional costs due to deferred maintenance on the bus fleet and the commuter rail fleet, but it omitted the transit car fleet, and I'm wondering why it did.
So the actual rail cars are procured, and so delivery for the R211s are scheduled. In this capital program, there was not a new purchase that we're delaying or deferring in this program. So as long as the ones that we have current are on schedule to be delivered, this wouldn't have an issue on the subway side.
We obviously, due to the recent statistics, need to get replacements for the R62 fleet as well. So obviously that's part of the equation, the A division.
But and Demetrius, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think those are planned in this capital program, and they're for the next capital program.
That's correct.
So that's why it's not shown as an impact yet, because those were not deprioritized or deferred.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, Ms. Mahaltis.
Yeah, I raised this at the Finance Committee in the Capital meeting, and maybe this is just my paranoia. The issue of scenario planning obviously has begun to dominate a lot of the discussions in the not-for-profit world. I am concerned, however, with what the impact of a possible outcome in Washington of a change in leadership might do to this agency. I think there is substantial amounts of money that obviously Chuck Schumer, but also the feds have provided us. I don't know if that's being factored in as just scenario planning. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I am concerned that this is one of the dangers too that we have to be alert to. And the other is, are we still planning in January the 4% fare increase?
So the fare increase for 2025 is modeled in in the spring of 25 right now. So that'll be determined by the board, timing and amount. So.
Yeah, I mean, the board, as always, the board has to take action on all fair action policy, but it has been a feature of our financial plan going back to the operating budget solution that was achieved last spring, that we were resuming these regular, smaller fare increases that are roughly 4% every 2 years. That continues to be part of the planning, but the board will have to take that action.
To answer your question on scenario planning, so the federal funding goes into the capital program. So we are, one of the issues for the funding of 25 to 29 is what can we expect out of the federal government. The largest share is federal formula funding, which was increased with the bipartisan infrastructure law, which would have to be renewed because it basically expires 2 years into the 25 to 29 plan. So if the federal government, rather than keeping the higher level of commitment by the bipartisan infrastructure law, went back to the old levels, we actually would get less formula funding in the next plan than we're getting currently.
But in order to do that, you need scenarios about where the elections for both houses of Congress as well as the executive would come out and other variables. But we're very much on that issue in our planning. Ms. Mahaltzis.
Jay, can you go back to the risk chart? And the question that I have is, how, in the risk, do you pause congestion pricing for a year, for 6 months? How do you, not that one, the other one. Right, that one.
So right now, what we are assuming is, I've put in some timeframes here on each of the items. Some of these would not, for example, the state of good repair one, right? We wouldn't start seeing any effects from the pause or replacement funding not being provided to us until 2026.
Okay.
So there's a bit of time in here, right? Because not everything would happen day one on the operating fleet, right? It takes time for delivery. It takes time for installing signals, right, on for the CBTC piece. The only immediate one on this, I would say, is, the sort of
capital.
The pieces of the short-term labor. If there was no funding provided, that would happen in mid-2025. We'd start thinking about scenario planning there. And also the loss of increased ridership. So this year's budget, we had $30 million of fare box revenue that we've adjusted and taken out for 2024 because assuming congestion pricing started June 30th, we assume that mode shift. In 2025, we've left that in the budget as a current $70 million, an increase in fare box revenue. That would change if we don't have congestion pause lifted, as well as the faster bus speeds. We would have started to see that increase probably, around this time to start measuring, and we would adjust schedule sometime next year for that increase in bus speeds.
But for the most part, we have a cushion of about a year before we start feeling the pain, for lack of a better term.
I would be comfortable with that on the operating maintenance costs pieces because of the timing of delivery of fleets.
And then whatever, if we, don't get congestion pricing, we get other alternative, replacement revenue, you adjust accordingly to what needs to get done.
Yeah. So if replacement funding is provided to us, I think you would still see, you wouldn't incur the debt service costs, you don't have to capital to operating shift of employees, and you wouldn't see any of the fleet delays or the state of good repair deferral, as long as we are continuing to, procure those at the rate and do commitments on the construction and development side at the pace that we've planned. The only real loss is the last two if congestion pricing isn't lifted.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mack.
As you can see from the charts, the city's down. Real estate taxes for transfers, they're down. Broadway's off. Restaurants off, vacancies are up. We have to be very cautious. Don't forget, we kill jobs and no one's riding to work. So let's think forward and not totally rely on congestion pricing as a fix-all.
Got to say, Mr. Mack, because one of our jobs is always to make sure that at least the facts are straight, and that's what this presentation is about. We are not factoring in permanent deferral of congestion pricing into our operating budget. We're just being upfront with everybody about what it would mean if it were to happen. Okay? So we're being upfront about that. We're also being upfront about the fact that the studies did not show that congestion pricing will crush the economy, did not show that congestion pricing will keep people away from Midtown, did not show that the London experience shows that you can actually have more people come to the center city if you have in a congestion pricing environment, and that's what London experienced. So the debate is continuing, we respect it, and we are very respectful of the folks in Albany who have now taken over those decisions to a degree. But we're never going to yield on the facts. We're never going to yield on the facts, at least I'm not. Next, any other comments or questions? Norman Brown.
Yeah, as much as I'd like to argue with David, I'd rather congratulate the workers at Metro North and the management at Metro North for the obvious success we've had since COVID. Turning the clock back a couple years, it didn't look so nice at Metro North. We were below the curve, and the equipment was getting a little raggedy, and where we were working was unfinished. However, as good a job as the management and the workers have done there, the Hudson River gets higher each year. And I'm not scared when I ride the train up there, but it's impressive how close you are to the water. And I'm not a climate catastrophist. On the other hand, we have to address a lot of capital issues along our line that go beyond the train shed and the viaduct, which are absolutely critical stuff that we're dealing with in another budgetary way. So I'm concerned about, and I'm also concerned about the sort of fragility of depending on the congestion pricing revenues that are going to be replaced by something else that we don't know what it is. So, and I'm also concerned for manufacturers upstate. Our union represents many of them, and there's many non-union workers up there that are very dependent on the contracts continuing to flow in a reasonable manner, and so that the MTA keeps their relationship going with the many contractors we support throughout New York and in Jersey and Connecticut as well. I understand the tri-state region has the bulk of those contractors who will genuinely suffer by not having real money to depend on. So if it's not, it doesn't have to be congestion pricing. Let it be something else. Show us the magic. But congestion pricing is the law, and that's why I understand we're, we have to keep it in the back of our mind as well. And again, as to Mr. Mack's point, It's about the throughput of people into Manhattan, not just how many people drive into Manhattan. It's our job to bring people in by train and bus, or move people around through the other 5 boroughs by bus. It's, you know, this is our job, and it's much more efficient than individual cars. It really it's the least efficient. Automobiles are very poor use of our infrastructure in the city, our limited space. It's obvious, you know, to look at it geometrically. But the thing is to keep things going in the right direction on the property that I understand the best right here, right now, is that we need to keep the alignment of planets aligned. And the loss of congestion pricing, unless there's something else put in that solar system to pull the planets back in alignment, I don't, you know, it's a disturbing picture, both for the manufacturers upstate and for the future of Metro North, keeping Metro North on the positive side of the lines. Thank you very much.
All right, does anybody else need to be heard before we wrap up? Ms. Valdivia.
And on next steps, I have a question on next steps. So I saw the operating impacts of potentially not unpausing congestion pricing. So by November, what will we see? It depends on obviously some actions externally, but just wanted to get, if congestion pricing is not unpaused, does that mean that the November plan will reflect?
I think
I just want to understand.
The honest answer to that is that we always make decisions about all budgets are plans and projections and forecasts. And we will make the decision about how we account for that risk based on more current information that we have at that time.
Whatever happens in November.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, you know, all the things that will happen between now and when we present to this board the 2025 budget. There's going to be political developments. There'll be developments about our capital program, and other things will happen as well. So those are decisions that'll be made based on the current information that we have in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And with that, I'm going to, unless there are other folks who want to be heard, remember this is an information update rather than a vote. This is the mid-year update on our budget, but it has a lot of richness to it today. I just want to say thank you to Kevin and Jay. They've given you the straight up. But what we are all about as a group and as an institution right now is transparency. We're not necessarily planning for every eventuality to take place. You can see we're struggling with different scenarios, but we're trying to be upfront with the public and with the board about what the risks are. That is our principal job. Please.
The big reason that we were able to solve our budget crisis last year was because we were well ahead of it. And when we saw other agencies around the country get caught flat-footed and had to respond when it was too late, and some of them still haven't figured out a way to respond. So I think that's a point that really needs to be made, that this is an information meeting and we're thinking about this budget well before we have to reconcile with it. So thank you.
It's a very good point. Okay, we're going to move on to our routine business, but I didn't want to do that without acknowledging that this is, as one of the public speakers mentioned, Disability Pride Month, where this is our board meeting in the month of Disability Pride. It is a source of pride to the MTA that, notwithstanding the historic underachievement of accessibility and underachievement of equality for our disabled New Yorkers, that we have made progress, and it is a passion of this institution to continue to make progress. So all of you folks, and I can see some of them out there, who feel strongly about the issue of disability pride and accessibility, there is, I believe, some real alignment, and we're going to keep working on it. So with that, let me turn to the more routine board business. The minutes of the June board meeting and the minutes from each committee have been distributed to the members. Are there any corrections or omissions? Seeing none from Mr. Albert and no attention whatsoever from the rest of the board, the minutes are approved as distributed and not corrected. Mr. Mack, will you do the business of the Board Bridges and Tunnels Committee?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Bridges and Tunnels met on Monday, and there's one action item for the board. The action item adopts the revision of the toll violation enforcement regulation and authorize the president of the authority or her designee to take all the steps necessary and desirable to establish and implement revised regulations as described in the staff summary and related achievements. The committee recommends this. And let me say this. Oh, yeah. We're missing a nice piece of revenue for the toll violators. We've initiated under our chairman at the bridges and tunnels, people that have plates that are covered 1 letter, 2 letters, reflective. I go back and forth, including today, back out to Nassau and at a meeting. But I want you to know, I'm riding the city in New Jersey where I have my office. There's 2 offices only doing revenue recovery, and they always have vehicles. We've done very well so far, but we could always do better. Okay, I need a vote.
Now you have to move the item.
I like
did
to
you move it?
This item so we can get some more money.
Did you move the item?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Is there a second? I second. Ms. Lopez, second. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Earps, will you take up the Railroad Committee business?
In the matter of efficiency, we have no items to present.
That's good stuff. Ms. Mahaltzis, New York City Transit Committee.
There are no New York City Transit items that need board approval, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaltzis. Deputy Mayor Joshi, Capital Committee, have you stepped aside? Mr. Gorodnik is going to step up for his colleague. Mr.
Yes,
Gorodnik.
thank you. The Capital Program Committee met on Monday and reports the following. Construction and Development has 1 modification to a competitive contract for a total of $1.9 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Very good. Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Rizzo. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved. Thank you. I think that concludes the Capital Committee program, the Capital Program Committee report. Finance Committee, Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. The Finance Committee met on Monday and reports the following. There are 2 action items this month. The first seeks board approval to update the bond and other debt obligations refunding policy. The second action seeks authorization to submit the proposed special obligation resolution authorizing the real estate transfer tax obligation resolution of the MTA Capital Program Review Board for approval. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Mahaltzis, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The item is carried.
The Finance Committee procurement agenda contains 7 competitive items for a total amount of $351 million. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Ms. Soren, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved.
Wait, no, Chair Lieber, I'm against numbers 4 and 5, items 4 and 5.
Okay, let the record reflect that Board Member Mahaltzis voted against items 4 and 5 on the
Procurements.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, finally.
Real estate agenda.
Finally, moving to real estate, there are 7 transactions for real estate, 3 for New York City Transit, 2 for Metro North, 1 for Long Island Railroad, and a partridge in a pear tree. 1 on behalf of MTA. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Second, Mr. Chu, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? Real estate items are approved.
And this concludes our report.
The Audit Committee, Board Member Jones, thank you for chairing that meeting at the very end of the day.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Chair Lieber, the Audit Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are 5 reports for board approval. The committee discussed, accepted, and recommended these items. However, a quorum of members was not there for the formal approval. So today, I move the following items for approval. The first quarter 2024 consolidated financial statements, the pension audits, the single audit report, the management letter report, and the review of the MTA Inspector General's office. This, we have to have a vote on this.
Are you making the motion, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Ms. Mahaltzis, these were all, I have a question. Were these items were all included in the board package? Yes. They were?
Yes.
Okay. So everybody had opportunity to review them. Okay. There's a motion on the floor. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The audit reports are accepted. I think that concludes our board business. As I said, we took an action in executive session, which I reported on a personnel item. But with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Mr. Chu.
Okay,
Second, Ms.
let's go.
Mahaltzis.
Take it back to work.
We are in adjournment. Thank you.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Eval. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stock room is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stock room itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit. And knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC. And then from there, going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off, so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the times, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Eval. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like
working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So, it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast. From dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing, to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating a train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. It's a lot of responsibility. But at the end of the day, when I go home, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help. We stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come
I'm not enhancing Cologne's unemployed trucker look anymore. Okay. Listen, this is sort of I thought, a really important and useful discussion today on big issues. Obviously, we're dealing in a business-like way with the consequences to the capital program of the congestion pricing pause, but we're also thinking forward to the 25 to 29 capital program, which is going to determine to a great extent the long-term future of this amazing system. And we're doing all this while, as I said, we're doing a pretty good job of walking and chewing gum. That G-train outage is really, the way that is being handled with substitute busing really makes me proud, and it makes me hopeful about how the MTA can get more work done and still preserve the customer experience. So there's a ton of stuff going on. The Queens bus redesign, we talked about it a little bit today. That amazing work that's going on the Metro North Viaduct up in Harlem, where they are systematically taking apart this 100-plus-year-old structure and putting it back together again without interrupting service. Amazing. You got to take a look at that. Instituting Omni. We had a lot of excitement about Omni for students, that is coming. So walking and chewing gum is kind of our motto of the moment. So with that, Mr. Minton, let the games begin.
All right, let's go to Marcia Kramer, the Dean of the Press Corps from CBS 2. Marcia. Just turn the mic on, please. There you go. Thank you.
On? So, Jono, the fiscal position of the MTA is a lot worse than you had anticipated. There's a $400 million or so gap that was unanticipated. I'm wondering, given this unanticipated gap, if you have to consider things like layoffs, attrition, service cuts, or possibly increasing the planned 4% fare hike as a way to deal with this unanticipated $400 million gap.
So, Marcia, obviously, what we're trying to do is be 100% transparent with everybody about our financial situation. But in fairness, the gap, the deficit that you referred to, it takes place several years from now in 2027. It's not in the next couple of years. So what we're doing is we're saying that's what we're facing. We identified the causes, and we're taking action to the ones that we control. That we're taking action to address them. So the financial situation of the MTA is last year we had five years of balanced budgets. Now 4 of those 5 years did turn out to be balanced budgets. It's only in the last year of the plan that we put in motion last year, and then 2028, which is a new year we have to deal with, that we're looking at deficits. That said, we are attacking it in an open and transparent way, and we're responding to the issues that are driving it. Listen, the number one priority for us is service. We have to continue to run top-tier service and frequent service. We have added service on 11 subway lines. We have added 70,000 more trains a year on Long Island Railroad, 40% more service. So we are determined to keep service both frequent and really reliable, and make sure it's great for our riders. And we're going to do everything under the sun to make sure that we don't have to cut service in any way.
But what are your options for closing that $400 and some odd million gap?
We got a couple of years to solve it, but we're attacking it. You know, the issues are, one, we got to keep great service so ridership keeps growing. That's the best way to balance our fiscal situation. Number 2 is we have to grow our own efficiency. We've already, in 1 year, managed to find $400 million of savings without layoffs or service cuts, just by becoming more efficient. And we're going to shoot even higher next year and the years beyond, make that a $500 million goal. So those are real actions. In addition to that, you heard about some of the actions we're taking to combat fare evasion. On bridges and tunnels, we have kicked into gear this enforcement operation that is yielding millions and millions from people who have ghost plates, fake plates, and who are big toll deadbeats who owe hundreds of thousands of dollars. Real progress on that front. We have, I think, stabilized subway fare evasion in a positive way by putting out, a phalanx of gate guards, people who block the gate, make sure people don't go through the gate, which I always call the super highway of fare evasion. and otherwise taking big actions, a lot more enforcement against fare evasion. And now we have in motion a plan to attack the new challenge, which is bus fare evasion, where things have become the worst. Marcia, you were with us during COVID. You and I saw each other a lot. You know what happened is we let people get out of the habit of paying for buses during COVID because we were trying to protect the drivers at the front, and everybody got in the back door and nobody paid. And it's hard to put that genie back in the bottle, but we have to do it because otherwise we're not going to be able to keep up the level of service, and that is unacceptable.
All right, moving west to Anna Lay of the New York Times. Anna.
Hey, Dano. I wanted to ask you sort of an ethical, philosophical question about bus fare.
Last month it was psychological, and now it's ethical and philosophical. It's a high-end group. Okay, go for it.
Well, I wanted to ask you about bus fare evasion because the MTA is in what I think is an interesting position where you obviously need the money from people who are not paying, but a lot of people who ride the bus tend to have low incomes. And so I'm really curious. I know you have fair fares and you have all these other initiatives.
Kind of important, yeah, from an affordability point of view. Yeah,
of course, but I'm curious if you can talk about this tricky position I think that you find yourself in where you want the system to be accessible, but you need money.
Listen, here's the bottom line is transit is much more, transit in general is affordability. Just like transit is the antidote to climate change, transit is the antidote to unaffordability. It's one of the very few things that makes New York affordable. So that's number one. It's like 15% the cost of owning a car on an annual basis. So I make no apology for charging people, that we charge people. People get on the train or the bus or the commuter railroad to go to a play, they go to work, they go shopping. They don't expect any of those services to be for free. It's not fair that they would expect the transportation that they're taking. They don't expect the Uber driver to pick them up for free. It's not fair that they would expect that. And the worst part about fare evasion is what it does to the morale of New Yorkers. The people who play by the rules, especially people, as you're talking about, of limited means, who do pay their fare, and they say, how is that fair that that guy doesn't pay? That in the end, my fare may go up because that person pushed by me and went in the exit gate or walked on the back of the bus and didn't pay. So there are a lot of reasons to be comfortable saying we have to change the culture and make sure everybody feels like this is a responsibility. This is part of New York citizenship. We don't stick each other with the cost of making the transit system work economically. Now, we all see that fares only make up, depending on which mode, 32 to 38% of the true cost of operating rides, of true cost of operating this service. We're not asking everybody to pay 3 times as much to pay 100% the cost of a ride, but we do all have to contribute because otherwise we're sticking to each other, to the next guy or the next woman who is going to have to pay a higher fare. That is not equitable. That's the bottom. You asked me for my philosophical position. I'm very comfortable saying we all have to share this burden because the system needs to be there for all of us. It won't be fair to the people who are most dependent on transit if the system has to reduce service or become much more expensive because some people say, I don't have to pay. That's, you have to pay for me, the next person and the next person. So I'm really comfortable for that. I'm also comfortable because we have made a special effort, Anna, and I hope you take account of that because you mentioned it, but in passing, that this MTA has focused on targeted affordability for those who need. We've made a special push on fair fares. We are the ones out there promoting fair fares. I love my partners in the city, but the MTA is the promoter of fair fares, even though it's a city program. We're the ones who are pushing it. We're the ones who are saying we have to spend more money out of that money the council gives the city for fair fares to promote it. We're the ones who really are saying everybody who needs fair fares ought to get it. We have only 300,000 of the roughly 800,000 people in New York City who are eligible for it, who are on it, who actually get it. And we want to promote the heck out of it because we never want fare evasion to be a crime of poverty. We've done other things you know about. Omni is much more equitable for a person of limited means. they walk up to, if they're using Omni, they don't have to decide, do I need to buy a monthly and pay $35 at the beginning of the week? Do I have that money? They don't have to decide, do I pay for a monthly? I don't know how many times I'm going to ride. Omni allows you to get the best fare automatically just by tapping, and then the system will give you the discount. That is really an equity move. And then the $5 fares on commuter railroads within the city of New York, which is a huge step forward. And travel on the commuter railroads inside the city of New York has been deprioritized by past MTAs. And I say that the people in the Bronx and the people in Brooklyn and the people in Queens who are near commuter railroad stations and who can cut their commute in half by getting on the Long Island Railroad or Metro North ought to be able to put in a position to be able to afford that better service, that faster service, and we cut the rate basically in half for inside the city travel for people of limited means. So I'm excited about what this MTA has been doing on the affordability front, and buses, are part of that story as well.
All right, directing your attention to the balcony, sir, alongside the great Justin Laub, we have Andrew Siff of WNBC. Andrew.
Mr. Chairman, you and at least 3 board members today said over and over, we're going to take the governor at her word, we're going to take the governor at her word. The word so far has been that the pause is temporary. So I'm wondering, would it be helpful, I think it might have been Lisa Daglian who said this yesterday, that it would be helpful to the MTA's finances to have some kind of specificity from the governor, like a date when the pause ends? Have you been given any indication, December 1st or January 1st, or when this would end, or is it still as vague as everyone else hears?
No, I mean, we've not been given an indication. I think what we're contributing to the discussion, and I know it's useful to the chamber, is to be very transparent about what happens if the pause is longer or it's made permanent, and if there is not substitute funding provided. And we've been very upfront about that's what you heard from us today. Last month I said there were at least 3 things we were going to do. We were going to analyze our capital program, and we have deferred every project that is not state of good repair. And we've been very upfront about the fact that if the pause is not unpaused, or if there isn't substitute funding, those projects ain't happening, important projects. I said that we were going to discuss, how do we hang on to federal grants, and we're working our tails off on it, which is one of the reasons it was actually good news that the governor came up with new money that will not eat into the money we set aside only for state of good repair, to make sure that the front end of the Second Avenue subway project can keep going. And I said that we were going to look at and analyze what were the consequences of the operating budget of, again, not doing congestion pricing or not finding some substitute funding promptly. And we were upfront about that today. So that is what we have to contribute. I don't control the decision-making on when the mechanics of getting a federal approval will be allowed to proceed. That's how congestion pricing could be unpaused. But we are being upfront in a business-like way about what the consequences of not letting congestion pricing go forward or not promptly finding an alternative funding source are. That's our contribution.
All right, moving down here to Jason Bieferman with Politico, the Albany Bureau, but he's here. Jason.
Yes, for you, Jano. So you talked about transparency, but I'm wondering of one of the slides that you showed, it said the risks to the financial plan, because we're discussing about if this money doesn't come through, it's more of a risk than a given, obviously. But, you list a potential annual cost for dedicated tax receipts, casino revenues, other things that are identified as risks, but there's no potential cost given if the congestion pricing revenue isn't found. So,
well, there's a whole slide on that exact risk.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just, in case it wasn't clear, I don't have that slide in front of me. I thought there was some allusion to the congestion pricing issue, right? Yeah, so I'm happy to follow up with you, but this was the ultimate in transparency with respect to the impact of congestion pricing. Not only did we acknowledge that it was a risk, but we gave a detailed breakdown of every element of that analysis of the risk. The risk that congestion pricing will not be unpaused or that funding not addressed is a huge risk to our operating budget as well as the capital program. And the point of the presentation that Jay Patel made, and which I asked her, the analysis I asked her to do, was to be completely transparent about exactly that risk. This is how you do budgeting in business-like way. You identify, you set a baseline budget, but you also identify every risk and quantify it. That's what we did.
Has the governor given you any guidance in advance of today's presentation about how transparent or how detailed to be when discussing the risks associated with this money not coming through, or is this completely without her direction or vision?
No, look, again, I think you heard this from me last month, and the press conference I did in early June, which is that we're functioning as, in our role as fiduciaries for the MTA and is responsible for what the public needs to know about this very controversial issue and how it impacts service. So that's, again, it was a long presentation today, but it's all about transparency with the public as well as with our board members who are fiduciaries. And I think that's why you heard such a detailed analysis of the one risk that you were referring to.
All right, let's move up to the mezzanine now, where we find Newton Jones Burkett III of Channel 7 Eyewitness News. Newt.
Thanks, Tim. Mr. Lieber, I appreciated your answer to Andrew's question because so many board members, and yourself included, have said we take the governor at her word. But can you elaborate for us a bit on that and characterize your discussions with the governor? I mean, does she get it? Does she understand what you're up against? And how often do you discuss all of this?
Yeah, I've said it again and again, Newt. I'm not going to talk about private conversations with the governor. I will say, in response to your question, I know that she understands the consequences for the MTA. And last month, when we rolled out the analysis of what it meant for the capital budget and how shifting to only state of good repair would impact, the governor said something very specific, because she committed to fund, through congestion pricing or otherwise, not just the MTA's current capital program, but the MTA's future needs. So I know that she is understanding and evaluating based on full information she's getting from us directly and otherwise. So I know she gets it, but the decision has yet to be made. That's yet to come.
You can't say how often you speak with her, though.
No.
All right, let's go to Dave Colon from Streets Blog. Sure wants to change topics and go in a different direction. Dave?
You'll be shocked, actually, I do. I have a couple for you, Jano, including my outstanding demand for a free T-shirt. One is that recently we had the student OmniCard rollout.
That kid is running out of the room with his T-shirt. He doesn't want you to
I don't want his
take
shirt.
it off him.
I don't want his
He
shirt.
said,
I want.
Who's that strange-looking man going to try to take my T-shirt
I
away?
want one of the beach ones, to be very clear. I want one of the take the train to the beach. Those are great. So anyway, in terms of student Metro cards, student Omni cards rather.
Yeah.
New and improved thing. Everybody loves it. It's a big part of the blue ribbon panel. I don't know what that. I don't
Can't
have
see.
very good
It's a
eyes.
student Omni card.
Oh,
You
just-
start talking
and,
about it and just remind me
There
what
we
it looks
go.
like.
And so they are a big part of obviously cracking down on bus fare evasion, reducing bus fare evasion. So, but I am wondering then, with these coming up in the fall, how close then is the MTA to introducing all-door boarding in the system, which could also lead to something like spot fare checks on local buses, limited buses, not just on select bus service?
Dave, you and I have been at this a long time, so I'll try one more time. The key is that we have full integration of Omni into all fare classes. We have, right now, as I said today, we have more than half of New York City Transit users are tapping, right? That's a good, big milestone. There are 4 or 5 other major categories. We have Omni students, but we also have reduced fare, seniors, and a couple other categories as well, where we haven't penetrated that market in a way that we can say to everybody, there's a fair expectation that you'll be using Omni, and therefore everybody has the use of the back of the bus because there is an Omni reader in the back of every bus. So that's, I hope by the end of this year, we will have achieved that full penetration of Omni into all fare categories, all situations of New Yorkers. And we can start to examine whether we've made enough progress on fare evasion that the back of the bus is an option. We also need more capacity for what you just said, which is people to check and to confirm that people are paying, a little bit like in Europe. And we're still working on that. That's part of the bus fare evasion strategy that Transit is working on with the NYPD right now.
And then on another topic, the congestion pricing cameras are out there. They're looking out on the world, collecting data, doing whatever. So I'm wondering when the MTA is planning to share the data so we can get some cool granular traffic data that New York City and New Yorkers have never seen before.
They're still in a testing mode, Dave. I'm not going to commit that we're going to start to put that.
What are they, I mean, if the toll was supposed to start by now, what are they testing?
All of this is testing to make sure that they have the capacity. Like, these cameras ain't perfect. They have a fair amount of machine learning built into them. And they're testing whether they're accurately identifying different types of vehicles, which is important, whether they're capable of, some of this is where vehicles go, because, there are certain areas that are excluded, and whether they're getting good images of all the license plates and other identifying data. So they're still in testing mode, and right now I just don't want to prematurely tell you that something's going to happen before.
Will we ever get
All right, we got to move on. We're going to the Hudson River Suite. Michelle Caskey is down there from Bloomberg News. Michelle.
Hi, Jano. This might be a question that's more for Kevin, but just wondering, is the MTA considering, is part of the game plan maybe to actually bond out for principal and interest costs? Sometimes it's called scoop and toss, where you've got some debt service due and you actually sell bonds to pay for the debt service that's coming due at that time.
I don't think it's productive for us to get into any particular. We're on a steady as she goes mode in terms of our funding. We're doing routinely new offerings and refundings. It's all part of the information we make available to the market. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to start dropping information on the marketplace that hasn't been made available from normal course, but there's no special change from our pattern and our schedule so far, right?
Correct. We're not bonding. We are not, and we don't plan on bonding out operating expenses. If you remember, we made that commitment as part of the fiscal cliff, and we repaid $2.9 billion to the federal government specifically for the purpose of not adding burden to the debt service to fund operations.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, let's go to Alfonso Castillo, who has come here from the east and is standing and sitting in front of you. Newsdays, Alfonso.
Looks
go
like
ahead.
he's come from the beach, Tim.
He's got to figure out the buttons. He's not here that often.
All right, well,
all right.
The beach is far away from the microphone.
Hello. So a couple things. On Monday, Rob Free laid out some, fairly ambitious plans to improve customer satisfaction, improve on-time performance. How much are those efforts held back, hamstrung by being stuck with these old trains longer than you anticipated? That was just discussed in the among the risks of the operating plan, an extra $20 million to maintain them, and I guess them being around for the foreseeable future.
Okay. Well, I think let's remember there are 100 trains out of the 100 cars out of the whole Long Island fleet, and we are bringing on a lot of new cars. So the services, the MDBF, the performance of our cars is going up because we are adding more cars. Rob, do you want to comment further?
Hi, Alfonso.
As I spoke about on Monday, our system is highly connected. There's a lot of connectivity between many factors. As I said, I could sit here all day and explain those things. There's many issues that would impact Jamaica on-time performance. Of course, reliability of our equipment being one of them, as you had mentioned, but it's not something that we're seeing overall overriding impact. It's the other elements that I discussed, some of the track work that's taken place, so, crossing issues that we may have. So we don't see mechanical failures as an overriding issue that impacts specifically Jamaica on-time performance. All the enhancements that we're making, we'll see that will improve Jamaica on-time performance.
But that said, I mean, John just reminded me that sort of the converse of your question, which is, if we were not to be able to continue buying new cars, which is a downside risk of the no congestion pricing, no substitute financing scenario, then that could actually impact on performance and on operating costs, because we'd have to do more to maintain those old cars. But that again, those are downside risks that we identified in that congestion pricing operating budget slide that Jay talked about as a scenario that we are making public but not yet factoring into our operating budget.
While Rob's up there, I don't know if it's for Rob or for you, but want to get your reaction to this deal with the town of North Hempstead to finally expand the rail yard in Port Washington, and maybe either of you could talk to what that could mean for service on the Port Washington line.
Well, as you know, Alfonso, this is something that we've been working on for years and years with the town of North Hempstead. We had several meetings with them, and we were able to come to an agreement that would finally allow us to expand the yard infrastructure to improve service and increase service. Obviously, there's contingencies on that based on congestion pricing to allow us to progress that work in the next capital program. Jamie had brought it up during his presentation, but in essence, the short answer is it would allow us to expand existing yard tracks to store more trains in the yard to provide more service, and that would be the goal.
Do you have a time frame for when the study related to that might begin?
Well, it's contingent upon congestion pricing. That's, as Jamie said, was in the presentation, excuse me, and it's something that we will look at further, that we looked at it preliminarily in our preliminary design to see if in fact the yard tracks would fit and could accommodate more cars. So that's where we're at now. We feel that it could, and it would improve Port Washington service to one of our most highly used branches. So that's why it's needed so much.
But I mean, just Alfonso, because I know it's against somebody's religion to report good news, but just note, if you're talking about Port Washington, that ridership customer satisfaction is up 16% since the last customer survey that was reported on Monday, and but we like the idea of growing service if it's possible, and this is a major step forward.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to Ben Brockfeld from AM New York. Ben is right here.
Hi, Jano. I just wanted to ask, you keep using this. You keep saying that you have faith in the governor and you take her at her word. I just wanted to ask, considering what just happened, she pulled the rug out from you, basically. What's the basis of that faith? Why do you trust her word?
Well, again, this is not a personal. This is not like a personal debate. It's about how do you plan for the future. And the chief executive of the state of New York saying, a dozen times that she intends to fully fund the existing MTA capital program, as well as to fully provide for the next MTA capital program is a commitment that we have to take account of. But we're also doing our job, I believe, Ben, by rather than debating personal qualities of trust or believability or the existence of higher powers, we're all providing the information about what would take place if, for any reason, those commitments were not to be met, and that's what I call being businesslike.
But in that vein, I mean, isn't there a bit of a dichotomy? Is not the right word, but I'm forgetting the word. But between,
well, Anna said philosophical, aesthetic, and educational. So try those. Yeah.
Isn't there a philosophical distinction between talking about talking about how you can't issue contracts and how you're and you have to cut $16 billion from your investment plans, while also talking about we believe the governor when she says she's gonna bring this money back.
So Ben, I'm just going to decline to engage in the wordsmanship with you. What we're doing exactly what we said, which is that we reorganized our capital program to defer any project that wasn't state of good repair. That was a major and complex action for the MTA of substance, not philosophical, not based on opinion. We took the action, and that's what we're doing right now. We have structured our capital program so that if, for any reason, the congestion pricing funds or substitute funds are not made available, we have protected ridership and state good repair. That's an action we've taken. We've also organized the operating budget to be ready, because we know what it is, to deal with the operating budget impacts. So, and we're obviously doing everything necessary to protect the federal grants as well. So those are actions rather than opinions or philosophy. That's what we're about, doing business.
On to Samantha Liebman from New York 1. Sam.
Hi, Jano. So the plan identifies possible risks and when they could happen, but some would argue that there are already effects of the pause. You have a lawsuit claiming you've cut bus service because of the congestion pricing pause.
A lawsuit from folks who are against congestion pricing, complaining that we cut service. Just to be clear, right?
Yes,
Well, no.
yes, there are contradictions there,
Yeah.
but you're also rolling back the express bus service. And does the governor understand the urgency that, one day she says she'll have a plan by the end of the year, but then she says it will be part of the next budget process. And as we've seen, the budget can go all the way through the end of April, and we could see some of the effects that Jay laid out maybe by, that time.
Yeah.
So, and then I heard from someone else that there's been an issue with availability of buses at some depots where operators are waiting for buses because buses aren't working. And
listen. The bottom line is that we're being upfront with everybody, with the public, but also with the governor and her team about all of these risks and scenarios. So that's really, I think, our role, which is to take action and to be transparent with information. The Staten Island issue that you mentioned is, you're talking about 6 bus runs out of a total of 1,200 daily express bus runs in Staten Island. Those were a couple additional bus runs that were paused because they were designed to deal with the hypothetical additional riders coming out of their cars because of congestion pricing. That's what they were put on for. And then when congestion pricing was paused, there was, the money didn't come through, and and those 6 runs out of 1,200 a day were paused. By the way, on those routes, ridership is running, about 20 to 25% of capacity. So these are not heavily used and overloaded bus lines to begin with. So I just want to put in perspective what has been done. That you're suggesting is proof that congestion pricing is impacting on us in a dramatic way.
but what about the bus cuts from the lawsuit and possibly buses not in operation because they're breaking down and need to be fixed?
I don't know that's I don't acknowledge that that's happened. We'll look into it and get back to you. What's happening? There hasn't been some cut to the operating budget because of congestion pricing. Some dramatic cut. We've put all this out. These are allegations from I don't know whom, but we'll certainly look into it and try to get back to you. Okay.
All right, if I could direct you over here to the Brian Lehrer suite, we have Ramsey Khalifa from WNYC.
Hey, Jano. Just could you give some more details on the bus fare enforcement? You mentioned new strategies. Yesterday, reporters were told that in the next month, maybe there'd be an expansion of police presence and the Eagle team. What other details can you share about that?
Listen, it's premature to talk about it. I think we've been upfront about that. This is work in progress. But this is, we know we have to do something because, interestingly, the good news is the local buses have perhaps the highest ridership compared to pre-COVID of any element of our system. It's like the estimate is that they're 85% or higher. People are riding the buses. The problem is that habit of not paying for the buses, which got into people during COVID, has not left. And so we do need to do something to reestablish the principle that we all got to pay. We got to be respectful of each other. And so we've had some increase in our Eagle team presence. We've had some cooperation from the police. It has not been effective enough yet to really turn back the dial to the degree that we want. We hope that Omni cards, frankly, are going to help us because kids, there are a lot of kids who ride buses and who don't swipe or don't tap because the current Metro card system is so complicated and at the city level. So that's one of the reasons we're excited about Omni for students, in addition to giving them more rides and more options. But we have to reestablish this. So we're looking at some new strategies, and we got to be strategic because we cannot put a cop or an Eagle team member on every bus. So it has to be effective enough to get the message across. When I was a kid, the bus wouldn't run. If you stood there and said, I'm not paying, the bus driver wasn't going to run the bus, or you would have to get off. We've seemed to have gotten into a bad spot where, because the bus drivers, we have to protect them. Too many of them have been subject to violence. We're not asking them to be aggressive law enforcement types. So we have to find other strategies for helping our customers who, for whatever reason, aren't paying, to remember this is a gotta, not a please do.
But just on the idea side of things, what other mechanisms exist that wouldn't be physical presence?
Strategic.
It's
Strategic. How do you deploy strategically? Have more. Which bus hubs do you pick to grow your presence? I mean, we all know that there are all kinds of things that we use in law enforcement and generally in society to sort of reinforce behavior that is not, that you get hit with it every time. It's signage, it's education, it's some enforcement, it's changing the environment, all those things that they're different variables. And we're looking at all of them. I just want to be upfront that we have not finalized it. And a lot of it depends on the strategy that the NYPD and the resources the NYPD will give us to help us with this.
And the next question is from Jose Martinez of the City, right down the middle. Jose.
Good afternoon, Jano. This is going back to something you raised here at the board a couple of years back. That would be drug use within stations, specifically those that were near the, I believe the term is overdose prevention centers. I wanted to see how things stand at those stations. It was 181 on the 125 on the Lexington, and any others. Just where things stand in terms of drug use at those stations, and has it become more of a concern, less of a concern? Where are you now? Also in terms, and I apologize, in terms of getting those places to be open 24/7, I know that had been.
Honestly, I just tell you honestly, I have not had a recent update on that issue. We did do a tour of, there was 181st Street with the DOT commissioner and the head of the Transit Bureau, Michael Kemper, to talk about that issue. But I haven't had, honestly, an update in the last, in the last couple months on the status of that effort. It's a real problem. This is not about the MTA. This is people in the community who are saying, I'm not comfortable, moving in and out of a station where there are so many folks who, because the drug facility, which is, as you said, the overdose prevention, places where people are allowed to use safely, I guess. When they close, a lot of those people drift into the adjacent subway station, and for lots of people, including people with kids, it becomes a less comfortable place. And there's also a ton of hypodermic needles that end up on the tracks. That was the other issue. So we took that step to address it, to create a partnership between NYPD, especially the local commanders, and the MTA and City DOT, which controls a portion of that facility. And I just haven't had an update on how it's going.
Yeah, so we also encourage our customers when they do see these needles, whether it's on the platform or on the tracks, to report up as we continue to work with the city's Department of Health to address and combat these concerns.
And is the concern for use in subway stations extended well beyond those that you had mentioned at the time?
I don't know the answer. Those are the couple stations I've heard about. I have not heard of others. But, you know, frequently, a couple times a week at least, when I look at the daily significant events from the NYPD Transit Bureau, they do a lot of Narcan administration where they're saving people's lives by reviving them in cases where they may have OD'd. And that is another reason we should all be appreciative and respectful of the NYPD Transit Bureau, because they're saving lives as well as enforcing the law.
All right, closing out the proceedings today is Evan Simko Bednarski, the New York Daily News.
Hi, Joe.
Should I called that in first? He wore a tie. Look at that.
Trying to, dress it up in Nolan's absence. I leave it up to you as to whether this is a philosophical or a practical question, but on state of good repair. So taking the governor at her word, the money would likely not come online at least until next year, possibly, as I think Sam said, a couple months into that. The Second Avenue subway money that came online at the beginning of this week was described by some folks as sort of a bridge to get us from here to that future point with that project. I want to talk a little bit about state of good repair, ask you a little bit about state of good repair in that vein, because we have from Jamie's presentation, there are car classes that are sort of on a bit of an DBF cliff. There are bus depots, older buses. There's overtime issues currently both at New York City Transit and at Long Island Railroad. So again, philosophically or practically, how do we get from here to that future point over the next 6 months to a year in terms of keeping the system running?
Well, I mean, let's just be clear what happened, right? We actually moved up because the governor, because of the pause, we've accelerated some state of good repair projects. So I without getting into like line by line, but relative to what the capital program schedule was, we have prioritized state of good repair. So there are significant elements of the state of good repair component of the current capital program that are moving forward on a faster track than they would have otherwise. I think the most of the rolling stock questions, though, that you're raising really have to do with the next capital program. And we're not planning for yeah.
Well, sorry, just to, my understanding is some of, if not most of the R68s, there was a hope that they would be replaced by the option 2 on the R211 contract, which is in this current capital plan.
Okay, but true, but I'd say most of the whole rolling stock picture, because we need to buy, as Jamie laid out the other day, thousands of cars. Most of the rolling stock picture is really reflected in the next capital program, and that is, that's the make or break. That's the do or die for our fleet, because as you have correctly pointed out, there's such a huge cohort of cars bought in the Ravitch and Kiley era in the early 80s, the beginning of the MTA capital program, which are now past their useful life, and they start to decline in performance dramatically, require much more attention, operating budget, and so on and so on. So you're not wrong. There are risks to specific car fleets from the pause, were it not to be undone or the money replaced. But even bigger, Evan, is what's going to happen in the 25 to 29 project, because that's where we got to really increase our investment in rolling stock. Jamie, do you want to add anything?
I'll just say, I think the point of the presentation we made on Monday was to emphasize that investing in the system, this 100-year-old system, it's not a one-time thing. It's not the congestion pricing funds make an investment in the system and then we're done. We have, there's a reason there's a law that requires a 5-year capital plan every 5 years, and we're moving towards that 5-year plan. We constantly have to invest in the system, and what we pointed out on Monday is that there's a lot of categories where we're doing okay on state of good repair, We have to adjust for inflation, but there's a number of categories where we have to accelerate our investment in state of good repair. In the next plan, rolling stock is a big one, structures, power, so we avoid the kind of catastrophic failures that we're seeing in New Jersey this summer. And then I'll also just point out that's the 25 to 29 plan that we're forming. This period that we're in, as the chair said, we are prioritizing state of good repair with the funds that we have left. But we did note last month when we made the presentation, there are funds that congestion pricing will pay for, or its alternative will pay for, that are for state of good repair. So we do have to manage from now until those funds come to reality, and we are managing to make sure that we're investing in the critical priorities in the system.
Hey, Tim, before we close, I just want to say a couple things about some safety issues today. One, we had a cleaner. Like, we've hired like hundreds of cleaners in the last year. Coming out of COVID, remember we had, because of the perceived safety issues from our in-house workforce, we had to hire contract cleaners, and we got rid of them, and we hired all in-house people, and they're great. And I have a lot of interaction with them in the stations. And one of them was attacked as he was trying to clean the car at the end of the line on the F train, 179th Street, was attacked by a homeless person who didn't want to be disturbed or asked not to spit on the floor or something like that. And I think that the injuries are moderate, but this is a felony. This is an example of, it is a law that an attack on an MTA worker with a knife, no less, is a felony. And these are the moments when we look to the criminal justice system to, protect our workforce and to make sure that people can't use violence in the system, especially against MTA workers. And that's the law, and we're going to push for it. Melinda Katz, who's the DA in Queens, has been a good partner, so we're going to be working with her. We have that woman who was introduced. This is important for us. We got a criminal justice advocate who comes out of the Bronx DA's office and then worked at the NYPD, and we're going to be much more aggressive with our friends in the criminal justice community, both NYPD and the DAs and others, about making sure everybody knows how important it is that there are consequences for attacking people in the system, especially our workers. So I just want to say that. And the other thing was an interesting data point on safety was today, somebody who broke the machine. I think he broke the machine, the MetroCard machine. He was holding the gate open, and actually got arrested, right? And he had a loaded gun. So the whole fare evasion thing is much more. There's more to it than I'm not interested in criminalizing kids or people who really where fare evasion is a crime of poverty. I'm interested in getting people who are preying on our customers out of the system, and too often we see a connection between physical crime, violent crime, and felony crime, and fare evasion, and that is part of the motivation here. So I'm going to leave it at that, but that's very much on our mind these days.
Thank you, Jano, Kevin, Rob, Shanifa, and Jamie. And that's it from Lower Manhattan.